मूल मंत्र। एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निर्भव निर्वैर अकाल मूर्त अजूनी सैभं गुर प्रसाद. The two symbolic words of Mool Mantra describe the supreme reality in transcendent form and the cosmic process of creating the universe. This Ek Onkar stands for one absolute reality and is represented by the numerical symbol 1. Onkar is a symbol of primordial sound, the logo, which becomes the creative force and eminent spirit of God. In other words, Ek Onkar is the one eternal existent supreme being, whereas Onkar is being and becoming. To be more specific, Ek Onkar is the creator, transcendent and absolute, while Onkar is the ground creation, Kudrat. The word one, Ek, at the head of Mool Mantra is known as Bij Mantra to emphasize that no deities or incarnations or such other objects of worship are approved for worship in the Sikh religion as would appear from the following verses. Asa Diwar, Sahib mera ek ever nahe bhai, meaning, brother, the one alone is my master and there is no second. Ikat ro phire parchana koe na kisi jena. Thou art one and sole, hidden from the eye, none like to thee. Page 596 AG. God as defined above is indivisible, absolute, timeless and uncreated. In Sikhism, he is taken as transcendent, yet a presence due to his pervasiveness which makes him a focus of devotion to attain the grace. God created the universe at his will and also became eminent God of man. This will is identified with the wisdom and word of God. Therefore, divine will is the divine law which controls the destiny of the whole creation and created things and is responsible for their existence. Thus, divine will is the heart of nature, and whosoever nourish it will grow in his wisdom. The freed soul is then inspired by divine knowledge and moved by divine will. The seeker's mind and senses function for the great universal purpose, as in his light the individual gets released from the ego. God's will then becomes peace for the seeker as his life and mind are rendered pure and becomes the means and mold of divine life. Significance of Onkar. Onkar as logo. There is untenable belief from ages that behind the origin of this universe stands an inexpressible, which is called a logo or word. It is expressed as power of God to create the universe. Guru Nanak has brought out in his various renderings that God alone existed in his transcendent date before the emergence of this universe. It was the utterance from the invisible reality which gave birth to the universe. The word utterance is called Koao in Sikh philosophy as defined in the following verses. God created the universe out of one creative utterance, the primordial sound known as word. Creation and desolation take place through Shabad. After desolation, creation again takes place through Shabad. Page 1033 AG. The defined primordial sound is taken as first divine wisdom, which acts as intermediary between God and creation and is capable of being registered by the human consciousness and made conceivable. It is known fact that spiritual wisdom is always present in man. It is not a thing to be acquired. It has only to be revealed with silence of mind by observing the true Gurus. God Himself practices penance and assumes completing mood. Such is my Lord who is filling all the places. God abides near at hand, is not far off. God Himself is the Word and Himself the understanding which is tuned to its music. God Himself beholds and He Himself recites the word Shabad and He Himself causes others to recite. Page 165 AG. It is evident that Supreme Lord is not only the Master of universe but also subscriber of human destiny. Satnam. God is the name that supports and sustains all the universe. The true name of God is the embodiment of His power, His light, His wisdom, which is capable of being registered by the human consciousness. Thus the true name is the mystic word in which resides the light and spirit of God as defined. In the name, the God Spirit abides. May the name in me be indwelling. Without the Guru, we walk in darkness. Without the word, we understand not life. The word of the Guru is light. His words, light, leads to truth. Page 55 of AG. From the word has emanated the name. Page 644 AG. Through the word is union attained. Thus, Sat means absolute being. The one God head is behind and beyond the world and in the world. He is also supreme, loving God, loving the world, redeeming it by His grace. For knowing the truth, we require a conversion of the soul, development of the spiritual vision. Further, Sat can be defined as that in regard to which our conscience never fails. God has been described as Sargun and Nirgun, which means transcendent and immanent respectively. The following verse have brought out that God, having created the creation, has infused His might into it. It makes it clear that human soul becomes the pure channel of divine power to devotion, humility, obedience of moral law, and self-surrender, as defined at page 287 of Guru Granth Sahib. He Himself is the absolute Lord, and verily He is the related one, who by manifesting His power has fashioned the entire world. His worth He Himself knows. He, the one Lord, is among all. Having created the creation, the Lord has infused His might into it. Thus, God's glory has received continuous praise in Sikh Guru's renderings. It has been made clear that emancipation is possible by creating faith in Him, obedience and love, which form the basis for bhakti. Thus name has been described in Guru Granth Sahib as under Vadda name, great name, Ucha naam, highest name, Ek naam, the one name Gurmat Naam, the name of Guru's wisdom. Amrit Naam, ambrosial name. Gurmukh Naam, Naam of the enlightened. Nirbhav Naam, fearless. Karta Purakh. In the above tribute, the Guru has described God as Purusha, male principle, due to immanence of God in the universe which directs the entire cosmic configuration. The most beautiful setting of cosmology gives adequate understanding to the human mind that it could only proceed from the counsel of an intelligent and powerful being. Though there is clear evidence of the existence of most superior design, but its contents are hidden from the human mind. No logical deductions from given assumption can decipher the mystery of the Creator. This inadequacy has been filled by mystical approach adopted by Sikh religion, which derives inference from the working of eternity in His manifestation. Therefore, with faith, we have to state that behind all the activities of the world stand a unique personality of Supreme Spirit, which has been named as Purukh, to enable the humanity to keep a close union with Him. His law is steering all the time to make the humanity conscious of His existence. He has stated, holding all the power in His hand, the Lord Himself is pervading everywhere. By Guru's grace, only a few understand the primal beings becomes many. Yet, for the enlightened soul, even the many lacks one light of deliverance. God being omnipotent, Nirbhav, Nirvair. God being omnipotent is free from fear and enmity. God's active love enters into the world for redeeming it. Rather, the Supreme overlooks the human deficiencies. His justice is mercy. To fit God's pattern, all our claims are to be surrendered. Only who is devoted to the Supreme reaches the infinite bliss. So long our worship is done with devotion, it purifies the heart and prepares the mind for the higher consciousness. Although the above attributes express the ideal entity of universal spirit, yet these can be applied for the uplift of human behavior, for which Sikh religion's ideology stands for. Fear and revenge have reciprocal relationship with each other. While fear harbors anxiety, the enmity makes the person prejudiced. These attributes, therefore, speak out that God is impartial because He neither condemns or curses nor chooses anyone by invoking His will by unpredictable means. His impartiality and justice is of high order. For Him, a fallen person of most disgusting character, if resolved to mend his ways, gets uplift. This happens when soul gives up its ego and opens itself to divine. Then the Supreme Being taken up the burden and lift the soul to the spiritual plane. As regards the quality of fear is concerned, it applies to the morally and spiritual oriented personality. In Sikh religion, the fear as commended by the Guru as a great quality, inborn apprehension arising from keen spiritual sensitiveness, a tremor of the soul. In fact, fear of God emancipates man from all other kinds of fears, besides to live as a spiritual and moral being. Guru Nanak, in a comprehensive vision of the moral and spiritual fruits of living in such fear of God, says, "The fear of God is mighty and of great weight. Egoism is worthless and just vociferous." Full stop. Walk under the weight of such fears, and through divine grace attain knowledge of God. None crosses the ocean of Maya unless he bears fear. Through fear, the fear-directed life is beautiful with divine love. Through fear of the world, the fire of fear blazes in the human frame. Through fear of God and love is molded spiritually beauty. Without fear of God, all that is uttered is misshapen and worthless. The mold and shaping strokes are both blind. Fear of God is the abode, and in such absolute is fear. Through fear of God, worldly fears vanishes. The fear of God, which eliminates all other fear, dash, how many it be called fear? Page 151 of Guru Granth. It will be evident from the above renderings of the Guru that it is God's fear which lays the foundation for spiritual attitude and decides the moral conduct of a person. Akal Muhurat. Akal means the Lord is touched neither by birth nor death. God is timeless, as He Himself holds the cycle of time. This is the reason the Supreme Reality has been described as Chakradhar, one who holds the cycle of time in his own hand. The Sikh spiritual philosophy firmly hold the above conviction by describing God as Adi, the beginning, Parmadi, the very beginning, still beyond Anadi, without beginning. Thus one cannot affirm time to the existence of God. Muhurat, a pure form, devoid of physical manifestation. Being formless, the Supreme Lord is beyond the comprehended limitations. Self-luminous is that being, and formless. He dwells within all and without all. He is unborn, pure, greater than the greatest, without breath, without mind. From Him are born breath, mind, the organs of sense, ether, air, fire, water, and the earth, and binds all these together. Intuitively, God has revealed Himself as eternal light. Ajuni. As earlier described, God is not bound by birth and death cycle. God being formless The incarnation theory is not acceptable in Sikh spiritual philosophy. The following attributes which appear in Guru Granth Sahib reinforce the above concept. Achal or Nichal, who does not change at all. Abnashi, indestructible. Achut, imperishable. Anhat, ever same. Sahib means self-live mind, that is self-created and enlightened as described below. Gur Prasad. Gur Prasad means God is realized with divine bliss. It is true Guru who kindles light in the seeker's consciousness. In Sikh spiritual philosophy, Guru is an instrument of God's will, and through him the disciple attains God's grace. At page 286 of Granth Sahib, it has been described as follows. He who has realized the true Lord is called the true Guru. In his association, his disciple is saved by singing God's praise, O Nanak. The seeds of divine light is present in every heart and soul. It remains suppressed due to spiritual ignorance. The true Guru reveals it to the devotee intuitively through the inspiration of magnetic touch. The Gospel of Sikh Gurus contained in Guru Granth Sahib is regarded as Word of God. The Sikh faith in it is well founded. The seeker has to grasp the word Shabad of the Guru with an open, receptive heart to attain his blissful grace. It is the Shabad word, God's wisdom, and God's name which brings enlightenment. Thus Guru is the Shabad word, and human consciousness is the disciple. Their integration along with self-surrender to God's will brings absorption with the unseen reality as defined in the following verse. He who places Guru's teachings within his heart severes connection with the five passions and keep under his control the 10 sensory and 5 mental organs within his mind. The divine light shines. He who requires such steadfastness, on whom is the grace and mercy of that Lord. The physical universe issues directly from God's essence, leaving imprints of his necessary properties. The key element is God's will. Resignation to the divine will is the key concept which gives an understanding to the seeker to grow and blossom under God's bliss. The word jap may be interpreted as constant contemplation or meditation on God's name, and also conversing on God's virtues, which draw the human soul near to the divine. The following sloka, which appears soon after the Mool Mantra, reaffirms the basic article of faith in God, giving a stress that God is timeless and spaceless, and He belongs to past, present and future. The eternal reality is considered to be above our time order, with its beginning and end. God has control over time as He is outside of it. Thus God will remain true forever. Aad sach, jugad sach, hai bhi sach, nanak hosi bhi sach. Meaning, true in the prime, true in the beginning of ages, true True he is ever now. True shall ever be, O Nanak. The above attributes also form the fundamentals of the true name, Satnam. The true name, in the deeper sense, is not the word by which we describe the object, but the total power, quality, character of reality in which the Guru summed up mystic power and experience of his presence. Listening to God's name brings joy and peace to the mind, brings fulfillment and takes away all suffering. Listening to God's name brings to man exaltation. Page 1240 of Guru Granth Sahib. Pori 1. सोचे सोच न होवी, जे सोची लखवार. Meaning, purity of mind cannot be attained through ritualistic performances, may be of manifold. Chuppa chup न होवी, जे लाए रहा लिवतार. Meaning, constant pause of silence cannot bring inward poise of spirit. ਭੁੱਖਿਆਂ ਭੁੱਖ ਨਾ ਉਤਰੀ, ਜੇ ਬੰਨਾ ਪੁਰੀਆਂ ਭਾਰ. Meaning, the hunger of the hungry, greedy, subsides not even though he may pile up loads of world's valuables. ਸਹਿਜ ਸਿਆਣਪਾਂ ਲੱਖ ਹੋਏ, ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਨ ਚੱਲੇ ਨਾਲ. Man may possess thousands and lakhs of intellectual wits, but not even one avails, that is, sails him across the worldly ocean. Kiv satyara hoiye, kiv kude tutte paal. How we can become true to him and demolish the wall of falsehood. Hukum rajai chalna, Nanak likha naal. Meaning, through self-surrender unto God's will, O Nanak, that will is preordained. Central message. Sikh religious theology gives clear distinction between the true devotion to acquire spiritual wisdom with that of ritualistic practices which are aimed at material gain arising out of the three modes of nature. The words of Guru Nanak teach us that so long we live in a detached spirit, our mental balance is not disturbed by material desire and our mind remains poised towards the eternity. The work of a man whose mind is firmly founded in wisdom is dissolved entirely, and for him the act of offering is God, the oblation is God. However, in the lower stages of undeveloped mind, we forget the real objective of life and start praying for wealth and life. The divine is regarded as provider of material needs only. It means we lost the larger aspect of God's benevolence, of His grace, and utilizing our faith in wrong direction. Bewildered by material urge, the man loses shine of the mind and understand not that without God's name all other things are false and worthless. Thus, the Guru cautions us in the following rendering that except the name of the Lord, all sorts of other efforts make no secure merit. A man may surrender his life at a holy place of his own choice, but pride and vanity will not cease to invade his mind. A man may purify himself day and night, but the dirt of the mind will not depart by washing the body. If he submits his body to all sorts of religious antics, the mind will not be rid of its evil thereby. What if he cleans his frail body with much water by washing? How can a wall of crumbling clay be cleaned? O my soul, great is the glory of his name. By it the worst sinners have been redeemed. The divine dwells in the inmost being as inner light. It is heart which perceived God and not the body, being not the basic reality. When wisdom comes, it comes through the media of intuition or insight. Due to spiritual ignorance, the people took the body as inner self and resorted to cleaning it to ward off their sins by ritual means. Frequent visits to sacred shrines for taking dip in ponds was considered to be the most auspicious act, unmindful of the futility of their action as described in the following verse, page 558 AG. If the mind be soiled, all is soiled. By bathing the body, the mind is cleaned not. Page 890 AG. Bathing at shrines, the filth into bracket of mind departs not. The rituals and rites are all ostentation of self-deceit. Thus, in spiritual philosophy, God's name is a real place of pilgrimage. Thus, spiritual life is profound devotedness, silent meditation, opening of the consciousness to the innermost depth of the soul, which connect the individual self directly with the divine principle. Full stop. It is an inward attitude based on faith and self-discipline, a moral law arising out of God's will. Similarly, self-gratifying piety of maintaining silence have no relevance to the reality as defined hereunder. Man turns tacit, earnest, and speaks not. With him is desire, and he is mad to wander in species. The silent sage sits apart, but in his mind are knots of desire. Page 1348 AG. Para. Similarly, perverted beings try to accumulate wealth in the belief that it will act as contentment, unmindful of the fact that unending urge for wealth equal with that of a deer who dies in exhaustion in pursuit of water in the deceptive image of mirage. Para. This Pori makes out that spiritual wisdom is not attained through ritual practice, scripture, learning, and feats of intellect, but through God's love and devotion. God's presence rolls through the sun, the moon, and stars. It is His light that shines in all lights. It gives the understanding that God is at the bottom of all happenings. His powers are manifold and inscrutable. The divine light, which is neither harmed by the sinful eye nor any impurities of the object it gazes on, so is the human self. The evolved souls, being aware of the above phenomena, remain immune from worldly impurities. Deep within us is the instinct of self-preservation, sublimated into the self-development. It is the light which acts as ruling passion of human mind. The kingdom of God is within us rather than outside. The motive force behind the creation of the universe was divine will. This moral law decides the destiny of human beings. At the end, the Guru commends to man the path of resignation to God's will, which is known as Hukum. Its working is unknowable to man, but Guru has made it implicit that inclination to devotion is recorded in man's destiny. That is, man's good actions of previous births incline him to love and serve God. The methods of attaining the higher state of consciousness are hearing about, reasoning about, meditating upon the ultimate reality. One must first hear about it from a illumined divine teacher. Then one must assimilate it, full stop. Finally, meditate upon it in order to realize the truth. The number of times man experiences rebirth depends entirely upon the quality of his will, upon the moral effort he puts forth in attaining God's grace. This mystical relationship between the individual self and infinite reality does not fall within the power of man, but a divine gift. Thus, emphasis is laid upon ultimately to rise above the ethical to spiritual level. पौड़ी 2 हुकुम हवन आकार हुकुम न किया जाए मीनिंग बाय डिवाइन ordinance hukum. All forms are manifested, but his order or hukum is inexpressible. हुक्मी होवन जे हुकुम मिले वड्याए meaning by divine order human beings are created. By his will greatness is attained. हुक्मी उत्तम नीच हुक्मे लिख दुख सुख पाइए. By his command the mortals are made high and low. By divine order pain and pleasure are received. एक ना हुक्मे बख्शीश एक हुक्मे सदा भवाइए. By divine order some become entitled for God's grace and some are destined to wield around in cycle of birth and death. हुक्मे अंदर सबको बाहर हुक्म ना कोए. All are governed by God's order, hukum. None is exempt from it. नानक हुक्मे जे बुझे तो होमे कहे न कोए. Saith Nanak, should man realize the might of divine order, hukum, his ego he most certainly would disclaim. He would not then utter, I am. Central message. The term Hukum stands for divine power and potentiality. By faith, we understand that the universe was formed at God's command. Thus, the universe was transcendently as defined in the following verse. Sab eko sabad vartada ko kare so hoi. By command alone prevails everywhere. Thou dost that alone comes to pass. Vudyaye Gurmukh Dei Prabhar Pavai Soi. Through the Guru, the Lord blesses man with glory, and then obtained he the Lord. Supreme Lord, who is by nature eternal, pure, enlightened, and free, is also self of all beings. By knowing him, all our evils are burnt up. But with our gaze, we can only see the forms and not the eternal. The divine mystery, whatever little is known, it is through the eternal law of nature. These invisible universal rules which create harmony and inherent connections with different cosmic elements and processes give some light about the working of the eternity. These laws are taken as real truth. The compliance of these laws is ensured through the doctrine of Dharam, a cardinal principle of strict religion. The ethical and moral principle of Dharam acts as a coercive force to draw the human mind close to the unseen reality. If one lives consciously in conformity with divine law, the individual can change his whole orientation. The sixth spiritual philosophy provides path of devotion or bhakti, which leads to realization of truth. The creator of universe is absolutely good and redeemer of beings. The human urge to catch his breeze of love and divine grace continue to be the fundamental object of life. The spiritual life is profound devotedness, silent meditation, the opening of the consciousness to the innermost depth of the soul, which connects the human self with the divine principle. This is the state of blessedness of the person who has established himself in unity with the universal self. His calm and serenity are not disturbed by the pains of opposite. The point is to create a state by controlling the ego, as one cannot hear God's voice in his restless state. A saving God of love accepts our prayer at a level at which we make it. He bestows salvation on those who believe in him and surrender interesting appropriation of the grace of God. The whole teaching of Guru Nanak is to work on God's benevolence and realize it by conscious effort. The individual self can realize its nature by surrender and devotion to God. Sincere repentance and devotional prayer for forgiveness demolish the evil deeds of the seeker. So my soul, God does not degrade or humiliate the seeker. He is the power to whom all hearts are open and from whom no secret is hid. He stirs human hearts to devotion and prayer, which makes us aware that our free will is a gift of God, and when we live in conformity with the will of God, it finds fulfillment of its purpose. It follows that Supreme Lord is not only the Master of universe but also sole scriber of human destiny. Therefore, a reflection on God's name and His attributes gives a clear understanding that the Creator, creatures, and the Absolute are part of the whole, with clear distinction between measurable and immeasurable. When a man comes to have faith in God, to him is revealed the essence of all knowledge as described. The servant of the Lord is a man of obedience. He is always at worship. He possesses a heart of faith. His way of living is pure. He feels his master is always with him. He is the love with the name. He knows that his master will look to his needs and will protect his honor invisible though he is. He knows that it is a great boon to be a servant of God. He therefore clings to him with every breath. Attainment of God's love is the only grace in human life, which is otherwise dust and ashes. All comforts, even heavenly joy or salvation, is found in devotion to God. Therefore, one should willingly yield to the God's will or hukum by taking shelter under His will. The key of the mystery of the inner life of a person remains in the hand of Satguru, as none else can open the portals of human inner prayer of consciousness. Satguru is a perfect prophet and messenger of God in whom divine light shines. He was ordained to reveal truth to the humanity and do God's purpose, as defined at page 59 of AG. O brother, without the Guru, divine awakening is not gained. Let someone go and inquire from Brahma, Narad, and Vyas, the writer of Vedas. पौड़ी नंबर 3। गावे को तान होवे किसे तान, गावे को दात जाने निशान. Meaning, those who endowed with might sing of God's might. Some chant of His gifts as emblems or blessings. गावे को गुण वड्याइयां चार, गावे को विरया विखों विचार. Some sing of His noble attributes and exalted state. Some express him through philosophical intricacies and reasoning. गावे को साज करे तनखे, गावे को जी लै फिर दे. Some tell of his giving life and taking it away. Some sing that God takes away life and again stores it. गावे को जापै दिसै दूर, गावे को वेखे हादरा दूर. Some sing that God appears distant and remote. Some think that he is ever manifest. कथना कथि न आवे तोड़, कथ कर कथि कोटि कोट कोट. Millions are discoursing his attributes, yet there is no end. Millions upon millions discourse endlessly of him. देंदा दे लैंदे थक पाए, जुआ जिगंतर खाए खाए. God goes on giving his gifts and recipients grow weary. For ages and ages have they lived on his bounties. हुक्मी हुकुम चलाए राव, नानक विकसे वे परवाह. The ordainer by his order runs the universe. O Nanak, carefree God is ever in bliss. Central message. The spiritual philosophy of Sikhism gives profound knowledge that man is a temporal existence, does not exist apart from God. He is within God and God is within him as a self. The self being an eternal mode of wisdom, the man is expected to keep it free from erotic interests. To ensure its piety, we enshrine the holy word Shabad or Naam in the body, which makes it an instrument of communication with the unseen reality, with the acquired wisdom and love of God, as described in the following verses of Guru Granth Sahib. ए शरीर सब धर्म है, जिस अंदर सच्चे की विच जोत. The body, in whose heart is the light of true one, is wholly meant to practice virtue. गोज रतन विच लुक रहे कोई, गुरमुख सेवक कढ़े खेत. Within it are hid the mysterious jewels. Some rare slave through the Guru mines them out. Therefore, to penetrate into the defined reality, one needs sovereign knowledge, which gives grasp of the divine law of nature. The individuals who possess clear conviction of the above truth attain perfection of the wisdom by contemplating on God's name, which represent pervasive reality of the Creator, as brought out in the following verse. Contemplating on the name, understanding grows, and through the name one's intellect illumines. Contemplating the name, man utters God's praises, and through the name he sleeps in peace. Contemplating the name, doubt is dispelled and suffers not sorrow again. Contemplating the name, man sings his Lord's praise, and in sinful mind as clean. Nanak, through the perfect Guru, the name is contemplated. He alone obtains the name whom he, the Lord, blessed with it. The above narration is at page 1242 of Guru Granth Sahib. The rationale behind the above doctrine is the basic truth that there is no other higher principle in the universe than God. It is the Supreme Spirit which holds the existence of the world together through law of nature or God's will. The individual souls have no alternative but to accept the reality. By invoking the principle of divine will, the Guru treats God's will as a creator of genius as it was God's will which makes God as Hukmi. To penetrate into the defined reality, the seeker needs sovereign knowledge, which gives grasp of the working of the nature. The individuals who possess clear conviction of this truth attain the perfection of the defined wisdom. Therefore, the devout heart gets the benevolent bliss and deliverance, while on the other hand, who follow the voice of the tradition and of imperfect mode of mind. The first two verses of the Pauri give a clear understanding that a man of wisdom, having strong desire, determined will, and faith with conviction in the mind, can get attuned to the all-pervading force of eternity. As faith increases and trueness glows, the mind takes a direction. It becomes recollected in the basic meaning of bhakti. When a man searches his inner self, he comes face to face with eternity. In true sense, it amounts to unfolding of imminent light of God within the seeker. The devout heart then realizes that the same universal spirit and light pervades the universe outside him as a deeper and profounder within him, as described in the following verse of Guru Granth Sahib, page 102. Everything is within oneself. Nothing is outside oneself. He who seeks the Lord outside himself is lost in the doubt. The whole devotional exercise amounts to realization of self to enable the seeker to gain intuitive vision of God. The God awakened man is known by the following signs as described at Pauri A2. God awakened man makes himself the dust of all men's feet. He alone enjoys the spiritual bliss. He extends his kindness to all, as he is incapable of doing evil to anyone. He makes no invidious distinction between man and man. His eyes rain nectar on anywhere they fall. He is free from all entanglements, and his life is serene. His soul feeds on the knowledge of God, and God alone is the object of his contemplation. The devotional spirit reflected in the above verses give a sure inspiration that awakened man can cut asunder the bonds of birth and death during human life and attain perfection if he attains God's grace through devotion on God's name. All those enlightened with Satguru's word understand the above truth and get absorbed in the spiritual mold of meditation to attain divine bliss. The above renderings also give a clear understanding that if our desire and activities are expressive of the divine spirit in us and derived from the true spiritual personality, become a pure overflowing of the divine will. All those having purity of heart and singleness of will become servant of humanity as planned by Guru Nanak as mystic truth. The other attributes of the verses have clearly brought out that Supreme Lord confirms the faith of each devotee, grants the bounty each seeker. It follows in whatever manner we approach God, He accepts our praise. It is evident God is the final satisfaction for the humanity, which is governed by His law of nature. Whether consciously or unconsciously, we truthfully resign ourselves in the hand of all pervading reality. This trust has been built up that in the event of crisis, by thinking of Him or calling on His name, one obtains His presence in one form or the other. His justice, His mercy. It is this greatness of the supreme reality that every subject of His creation bow before Him with great trust. It follows that moral worth and happiness depends on what the moral law of humanity enjoins. Our actions can be arranged under two headings. First, the duty to strengthen our moral character and to develop and make good use of natural gifts of morality, and second, to promote the happiness of His subjects. The above two defined concepts form the holiness of God's will and His ultimate purpose of creating a virtuous world of ethics and morals. Story 4th. Sacha Sahib, Sach Nae, Pakya Pavapar. Meaning, the Lord is holy. Holy is His name. Infinite are the expressiveness of devotion and love to Him. Aakhe mange de. All creation seeks boons of Him. Daat kare daatar. He bestows these endlessly. Pher ke aage rakhiye jit dise darbar. What to offer Him in return? How get a glimpse of His court? Moh ke bolan boliye je suntare pyar. What words to utter to win His pleasure? Amrit vela sach no, vudhyaye vichar. In the ambrosial hour of dawn, to meditate on His holy name, His greatness. Karmi aave kapda, nadri mok dwar. By man's actions is acquired the vesture of human incarnation. By God's grace is attained the door of liberation. Nanak eve janiye sab ape sachar. Nanak, know the all-holy to be almighty, absolute, original and everything. Central message. The opening verse of Pauri gives an awakening that while God is the light of the unseen supreme reality, Nam is the pervasive reality of God as Creator. This intimate relationship has been defined in the following words of Asadivar. Ape aap sajo, apna racho na. He created himself and created also the name. The name as defined above is the manifestation, that with which the human self may enter into communion with the Supreme Reality. Guru Nanak also described the sovereign path of devotion on God's name to attain God's love, which dissolve all imperfections of the devout heart. The Guru always maintained that true miracle's power is the gift of winning the master's player by contemplating on his name. Guru Nanak always discountenanced the value of miraculous powers and exhorted man to seek exaltation of devoted heart, which gives love of the Supreme by devotion on God's name as described hereunder. Mighty is the Lord and great His gifts. His greatest gift is His grace, is the greatest devotion to His name. Man's hunger never goes except through devotion to the holy name as defined in the following rendering of Sukhmani Saw, Pauri 12, Para 5. When a man has earned 1,000, he hankers after 1,000,000. He is never satisfied with holdings. He indulges in all sorts of evil passions. Yet his craving is not appeased. He only ruins himself. Without contentment, then can be no satisfaction. All is idle, busy life, as in a dream. Peace, entire peace, is found only in the love of the name, which is obtained by a lucky few. It rests with God, who is all in all. Bend your thoughts on Him every breath. The above verses make out that our treasure are not the things of the world that perish, but the knowledge and love of God that endure. It follows that seeker's heart must become clean if it is to reflect God, who is to be seen, which is only known to the pure heart. The idea is that we must center down into that deep stillness and wait on the light. This Pauri primarily lays stress on God's devotion. It will be appropriate to throw some more light on the mystic word now. Omkar as creator has also been defined as Purshva, which implies pervasiveness of reality, giving a clear belief in the immanence of God. Thus it follows that universe is the manifestation of Omkar, and the Naam applies to it. Omkar, creator, to which Naam applies, was known to have created the universe from the world of unseen reality. On the above basis, Naam is treated as reality and eternal principle. While meditating on it, the seeker enters into the state of absorption. The six scholars have also defined the name and the eternal are one and undistinguishable. Sequel to the above clarification, practicing on Naam seeker's prayer and devotion goes to the Supreme Reality. When Naam gives the realization of the Supreme Reality, the seeker obtains Samadhi. In Sikh mysticism, world meditation on Satnam or Sat Gur Prasad or its synonymous mantras produce the same results and induce the same state. In such a state of spiritual exaltation, the seeker not only conquers sorrow and suffering, but develops an optimistic will to live and conquer all sorrow and ignorance as defined by Guru Tegh Bahadur, as defined at page 219 of Guru Granth Sahib. That man is an enlightened sage who in happiness and suffering remain poised with equanimity, who in glory and shame feel just the same, as well from sorrow and pain, who cares not for praise, nor even for blame, but seeks the state of nirvana. The above words make it clear that God loves meekness. It means that love of God is not escape from the harshness of life, but dedication for service. Only he who is devoted to the Supreme reaches infinite bliss. So long our worship is done with devotion, it purifies the heart and prepares the mind for higher consciousness. Bhakti is a mental state in which the human mind, moved by an ecstasy of love, the devout seeker forgets himself in God. In the subsequent verses, the Guru has projected God as a unique reality of benevolent nature. This religious faith gives an assurance to the heavy-laden human hearts that there is one answering presence in the universe which looks after his creation as a mother and father. It is this unflinching faith which bends human mind to love him and attain communion with him. This loving attachment brings loyal self-surrender. One wonders on the perfect determining factors of his justice, which in no way tear apart from the path of righteousness. This unique element of divinity invariably exalts the human soul to tread the path of truth in worldly dealings, which fetch its own reward from the eternity. In reality, it is beyond the human mental flight to delineate the essence of virtues and attributes of Supreme Lord, as nobody has seen him with naked eye. What little was known, it was the reflection of intuitive experience of the seers. But whatever Guru Nanak passed on to us, that it was a comprehensive truth, a divine touch when he was taken in being to God's presence and was offered a cup of nectar, which he gratefully accepted. Thereafter, Guru Nanak created sensation through his measures on God's universality. He asserted that a release from the bondage and suffering has its own value, being an everlasting remedy for ill of human life. It is a state of oneness of human being with the Absolute. It is freedom by lapsing into the eternal. Any missed opportunity means another grinding through transmigration cycle. The Guru asserted that God is embodiment of all conceivable virtues which concern for the good of humanity. His light dissolves all human wrongs, doings, and inspire personal trust and love for loyal surrender before the Supreme Lord. Once the materialistic claims are surrendered, the seeker fits in God's pattern. God's grace is the perpetual inspiration of human soul, and blessed one pick up this treasure through adoration of divine as described in the following verses, page 263, Guru Granth Sahib. प्रभ कै सिमरन हर गुण बाने, प्रभ कै सिमरन सहज समाने. By remembering God, one utters His praises, that is virtues. By remembering God, one is easily absorbed in Him, that is, gains the divine state of true joy. प्रभ कै सिमरन नेचल आसन, प्रभ कै सिमरन कमल विघासन. By remembering God, one obtains immovable, that is, everlasting place in God's kingdom. By remembering God, one's heart's lotus blooms. Thus, man's life hinges on God's mercy. Those who understand this truth bend their mind on contemplation of God's name during ambrosial hour as defined. The Sikh spiritual philosophy vehemently lay emphasis that the seeker must strive to lay by a store good deed through hard devotion by meditating on God's name. One has to keep in mind that noble life is a hard endeavor in the way of God's realization. This hard endeavor consists in meditation on God's name in most appropriate hours in early dawn, when the God's presence rolls through sun and stars and provide opportunity to humanity to rise above materialistic urge and see divine embodiment in the form of divine light. The only condition is that the Supreme is to be seen by the seeker through purified intuition. Early dawn hours is commended as at that time the nature is in the state of awakening and faculties of mind are fresh and highly sensitive. This hour is called Amrit Vela, or the ambrosial hour, as at this time the immanent Creator in the form of Self is responsive to its prayer and devotion. It is the light which brings release from bondage. The mystic quality of early hour meditation has been unfolded by the Guru in the following verse. Sabhai Sahla Jine Kiaye Ikman. Who praise God in the early morning and meditate on Him with single mind, say pure sa vakte upar lad muhe. They are the perfect kings and they die fighting against the deadly sin at the right time. Duje bahut ra man kiya mati khindya. In the second watch, there are many ways in which the attention of the mind is scattered. Bahut pahe aska gote paina nikle. Many fall in the unfathomable water, suffer immersion, and cannot emerge out. Tije muhe gira, bhukh tikha due bhokiyan. In the third watch, when both hunger and thirst of bark, the morsel of food are put in the mouth. Khada hoye swa bhi khane syun dosti. What is eaten becomes ashes, but still man has got friendship with the eating. चौथे आए ऊंग अखी मन मंट पवार गया. In the fourth watch, drowsiness comes. He closes his eyes and goes into the dreamland. पी उठ रचन वाद से वरिया की पीड़ बद्धी. Rises up, he again engages in strife and sets the stage as if he is to live for 100 of years. Sabbe vela vakht sab je atti pyo hoye. If at all times and every moment during the 8 watches of the day man feels fear of God. Nanak Sahib man vase sacha naam hoye. O Nanak, the Lord abides within his mind and true becomes his ablution. Thus, the unique divine sacrifice is to meditate on God's name with devout heart. The Sikh spiritual philosophy offers a comprehensive divine-oriented approach to seek the divine being in temporal life itself. It is the opportunity to attain salvation with conscious effort. Then Guru says, his ways are beyond our calculations, too deep, immeasurable for us. पौड़े फिफ्थ. खाप्या न जाए कीटा न होए आपे आम नरजन सोए. Meaning that pure one is all in all himself. He is neither established or created by anyone. He reigns supreme in spotless glory. Jin sevya tin paya maan nanak gavya gunidam. Meaning they who serve, that is with heart and soul, him obtain honor. O Nanak, sing praises of Lord who is the treasure of excellences. गाविए सुनिए मन रखे भाव दुख पर हर्षो कर ले जाए. Meaning, sing him, hear him, have love, faith and respect in mind. Thus shalt thou shed pain and shalt take happiness to thy home. Gurmukh Nadan, Gurmukh wearing, Gurmukh Kriya Samai. Divine word is mystic sound and true spiritual text. The word is also pervasive. Gur said Gur Gorakh Varma, Gur Parvati Mai. Meaning the Lord Supreme is all deities. He is Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma and the goddess Parvati, Lakshmi and Saraswati. ये हूँ जाना आखा नाहि कहना कथन न जाए. Even though I know God, I cannot narrate him. He cannot be described in words. Gura ikde bijaye, meaning the Guru has enlightened me. Sabna jiyan ka ek data, so main visan jaye. He alone is provider of all. Never may I put him out of my mind. Central message. The Sikh religious philosophy holds fast to a faith that God is a self-luminous being. He is unborn and uncreated. He cannot be established in any form. He is ever present in the hearts of his creatures. He is refuge of all, and he is supreme goal. He is imperishable, and he is principle of life, from whom sprang 3 worlds. He is immortal. Sikh religion prohibits any material representation of God, while worship alone of the formless being is enjoined upon a man. Image worship is prohibited. However, God has been described as such, that is absolutely real, which means that his presence can be felt intuitively through higher conscious, and the word used is Anubhav, Prakash. When God is described as Akal Purukh, He becomes all-pervading principle of the universe. The human soul draws near to Him by contemplation on God's name and by constant remembrance of Him with devout heart. He alone deserves to be called the true servant of God, whose heart is the dwelling place of Supreme. It means when we are, God takes possession of us and grants our prayers. In the company of true Guru, the disciple attain the spiritual wisdom and shake off the bondage of lust, greed, and falsehood, which create distraction of mind. The human being invariably live in the world of phenomena and cannot find the divine path at his own, as man's faculties are weak due to mouldering fire of passion. The true Guru opened the mind of his disciple with his mystic touch. The interaction between the disciple and Guru has been described as under. The Guru's eternal personality is the Word. So man's inner being is Surti, that is consciousness. When the relation of Word and discipled mind is established, the disciple is reborn in the spirit of Guru. Then the veil of darkness is lifted in the disciple and doors of superconsciousness open. Thus the Satguru enlightens the disciple through his mystic word of Shabad and God's name, which form the fundamental philosophy of Sikhism. The divine knowledge attained through divine virtues inspired the freed soul to assimilate into divine substance, as higher self is the foundation of wisdom, love and strength. The sixth spiritual philosophy insists that the God's creative power is intimately involved in the creative cosmic scheme. Therefore, God is not a mere inspiration, but a vivid reality. The aspirant can apprehend Him and enter into His love by self-surrender. For that purpose, the freed soul has to tread the interior path. For that purpose, the seeker has to attain tranquility of mind known as Sahib, which involves the following three steps. A. Faith in God is the expression of the divine power which inspires the human soul to rise above the worldly phenomena and grow into the reality. It leads to the realization of the wisdom which is inspiration of the soul. B. Meditation on God's name. God's name, with its pervasive powers, act as an intermediary between God and the disciple. The light of mystic word, Nam, when interacts with the human self, it brings illumination. In other words, when God's name is lodged in the human frame, the human body turns into a place of pilgrimage. C. Singing God's virtues. Singing God's attributes, known as Sift, produce the same results. Taking one one starts from putting faith in the ultimate reality and then following the path of jap and bhakti, the seeker inspires the descent of grace and the vision of Sachkhand, the realm of eternity. Therefore, the subsequent verse makes it clear that divine word Gurmukh has intimate relation with the above defined steps to attain salvation. In the subsequent verse, the Guru clarifies that the Holy Lord, that is Gurmukh, or God, is Nad, that is sound word, which created the universe, and his mystic word is heard in Samadhi, that is known as Anhat Vajeh. God is also embodiment of Vedas, which means only holy, revealed knowledge and all pervasive. The following verses of Guru Granth Sahib, pointing to the above similar meaning, are given below. Naam hamare Ved, that is Veda, Aru Nath. Devotion to God, according to us, is meritorious, as reading holy texts or listening to the mystic sound, as given at page 1145 of Guru Granth Sahib. Also, it is described as Sabnad Ved, that is Veda Gurbani. The Guru's word is Nad and Veda, as described at page 879 of Guru Granth Sahib. In the fifth verse of the Pauri, Guru particularly has brought out the names of Shiva, Vishnu and Brahma and their consorts. As per the prevalent legend, God with creative idea is Brahma. Vishnu with devotional love is perpetually at work in saving the world. After heaven was established and the fulfillment was represented by Shiva. But the Guru asserts that the divine patron and potential matter both rest with God, as these functions cannot be separated. In other words, God is the wisdom, love and perfection. He is truly a reality, and deities are names of attributive abstraction. Then Guru emphasizes in the subsequent verse that there is one sole provider for all the creation, and all joy comes from devotion to God. Pauri 6. Tirat nama ye tis pava vin pane ke nae kari. Mean, I should bathe at a place of pilgrimage only if it is acceptable to God. Without His approval, it is of no use. Jeti se thapai vekha bin karma ke mile lay. This universe is the creation of God, and no one finds fulfillment with God's grace. Matwij Ratan Jawahar Manak, ye Gur ki Sikh suni. If we act upon and listen to the instructions of Guru, then our mind enriches with the invaluable qualities as gems, pearls and rubies. Gura ikde bujhaye, my Guru has enlightened me. Sabna jiyan ka ek data, so ma visar na jaye. That He alone is provider of all, so I should never put him out of my central message. In the opening verse, Guru Nanak expressed that ritual bathing involving dip at various shrines cannot bring union with God, as it does not cultivate qualities of holiness. The Guru maintained that ritual bathing is hollow due to absence of spiritual participation. It is of little good, as the same cannot enrich the human soul with divine essence. Then what use of that pilgrimage which is meant for praying for material wealth and other worldly comforts? In Sikhism, the realization of self is called the beginning of the inner pilgrimage of the eternal shrine of God. On knowing the self, man meets God and then he dies not. This faith springs from the fact that human body is a temple of God, and when the word of God, Shabad, is lodged in it, the same becomes the place of pilgrimage as defined in the following verses at page 1346 of Guru Granth. The body is the temple of God. In it are revealed precious pearls of knowledge. At page 659 AG, Guru says, in the body God is present. The body is His temple. In the body is the place of pilgrimage, of which I am pilgrim. The above verses give a clear understanding that man in temporal existence does not exist apart from God. The man is within God and he is within him. As stated above, when man enshrines the body with the holy word, that is Shabad, it becomes the place of communication with truth. Therefore, it is obvious that unless a man adopts the spiritual pattern of eternity, it cannot get released from the fetters. This transformed state of human mind has been defined in the following verses at page 587 of Guru Granth Sahib. Antar Tirat Gyan hai, Satgur diya bujai. Within him is the sacred shrine of divine knowledge, which the true Guru has revealed it. मैल गई मन निर्मल हुआ अमृत सर तीर्थ नहाए. Bathing in the tank of nectar of shrine filth is removed, and his soul becomes stainless. Thus it is the holy God's name which brings the defined awakening as brought out in the following verse, as defined at page 990 of Guru Granth Sahib. Aksar Tirth Naam Prabh Nanak Jis Mastak Bhag. Through the Lord's name, the merit of pilgrimage of the 68 holic is obtained. He alone is blessed with the name O Nanak, on whose forehead good fortune is recorded. The divine law indicates that a spiritual perfection involving divine grace is attainable in this life only, and that too by tapping the inner self. This awakening is provided by the Satguru, the divine enlightener, at page 1092 of Guru Granth Sahib. Satguru Sach Didaya Jis Tan Ki कीमत कही न जाए. The true Guru revealed the truth. It is a wealth which is priceless. The rituals fall within the category of determined mode of action to seek worldly love. Such deluded minds cannot see the light of God's benevolence. All those who believe that ritual sacrifices are meritorious are far away from the truth. Unless the human mind is properly motivated for spiritual quest through God's devotion, it cannot become a source of divine grace due to lack of spiritual touch. Thus, ritual bathing is of little good as it cannot enrich the soul with divine content, an essential part of bhakti. In the subsequent verse, the Guru has attributed the qualities of Ratan, Jawahar and Manik to the human mind. These stand for Sat, that is holiness, Chit, that is cosmic consciousness, and Anand, that is bliss. It follows that the human mind moves between the two poles of good actions and divine grace. These activities form the essential part of moral law which cannot be dispensed with at any cost. The God-awakened personalities always cherish the bliss of their mind which brings love of God and faith in Him, which is the main purpose of human life. Therefore, one should never alienate from devotion to God. If we establish our relation with reality, the chain of karma can be broken here within the flux of empirical world. Pauri Salmon. जे जुग चारे आर्जा और दुश्मनी होए, though man race be equal to 4 yugas and grows even 10 times more, नवा खंडा बिच जानिए नाल जले सब कोए, and he be known in the 9 continents and all world to walk with him, or enjoys universal following. चंगा नाम रखाए गए जस किर जग ले, चंगा नाम रखाए गए जस कीरत jug lay. He may have fame and praise from all mankind. Je tisnur na ave, kamvata puche ke, if his gracious glance falls not on him, then no one could care for him. He is accounted a vermin amongst worms, and even the sinners input accusations to him. Nanak nirgun gun kare gunvantyan gunde. O Nanak, Lord confers virtues on non-virtuous and gives more virtues to the talented. Teya koi na suji je tis gun koi kare. There is none to equal him, to share his qualities, or to confer merit on him. Central message. In this Pauri, the Guru has cited human individuals who have distinctive character of their own aspirations and thoughts which do not match with the ideal God-fearing personalities. It is obvious that deluded mind of such people is the outcome of 3 modes of matter, sattva, raja and tama. All mental and material phenomena are outcome of these modes of matter as defined in the following verse. Tragun, Badak, Mukut, Nikari, they are bound down by the 3 dispositions, so salvation remains far from them, as recorded at page 1049 of Guru Granth. At page 647 AG, it is also recorded that Tragun Maya Mool hai, which home naam visar. The three modes are the roots of worldly attachments. In ego, the mortal forgets the name. The above modes create temperamental and behavioral changes on the human body and bring corresponding changes in the human character. Human individuals have distinctive of their aspiration, which limit God's interference with their development. The world is not fulfilling a pre-arranged plan in a mechanical way. The aim of creation is the production of selves who are free to carry out God's will. Therefore, we are supposed to control our impulses, shake off our wanderings and confusion, rise above the current nature of above modes and regulate our conduct with reference to the Guru's teachings of divine wisdom. Otherwise, we will become the victim of lust and desire, which are the enemy of man on earth. Taking into the past karmas, our present behavior of life was result of our past action. But this life gives us the opportunity to rise above our impulses and enter into the God's design chalked out by Sikh Gurus and seek liberation. But subject to above condition, the man has a choice to make it or break it. However, the Sikh spiritual philosophy provide adequate understanding to realize at some stage to rise above the ego and grow into the supreme self and shake off our wanderings. Any prayer made in ego or half-hearted is not heard, as God loves meekness and utter prostration as defined below. ਹਉਮੈ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਗਣ ਹੋਵੇ ਹਰ ਤਗਤ ਨਾ ਪਾਵੇ die. In ego, man can remain not awake, and his devotion to God is not accepted. Manmukh dar टोई न ले पाए दूजे कर्म कमाए. The egocentric finds not refuge in the Lord involved in duality. Similarly, cultivation of spiritual powers are considered vain and futile, as these cannot lead to saintliness. These are spiritually meaningless and irrelevant. The bhakti is for the sake of attaining truth and gaining contact with reality and not gaining cult power. Only God's grace can make us virtuous. The worship done with devotion purifies the heart and prepares the mind for higher consciousness. Bhakti is a mental state in which seeker's mind, moved by an ecstasy of love, attains the divine wisdom. This gives feeling of God's presence everywhere. The devout heart forgets himself in God or absorbed in Him. The main aim is to subdue our whole nature to the universal being and becomes the means and mold a divine light. However, we can depend on God's saving care and energizing grace, provided our repentance is a genuine change of heart. It includes contrition of sorrow for the past sin and decision to prevent a repetition of it in the future. It is so because God justice is mercy, as defined at page 828 of Guru Granth Sahib. Tum samratha Karan Karan. Those, O Lord, art potent to do all the deeds. Dakan, Dak, Gobind Gurmere, Mohe Aprade, Saran Charan. Hide those my faults, O my Guru God. I am sinner. I have sought the refuge of those feet. Jo kino, so tum jano, pekho thaur, nahi kach, peet mukran. Whatever the man does, that those watchest and knowest. O Lord, shameless man sees no way to deny. But Pratap, Suno Prabhu, Tumro, Kot, Agat, Toro Nam, Aran. Great is thy glory, I have heard. O Lord, thy name destroys millions of sins. Ramro Sahai, Ramro Sahao, Sada Sad, Pulan, Tumro Bird, Patat Udaran. My nature is ever to err, and thy faith is to save the sinners, O Lord. Thus, great is a soul which seeks complete refuge in the Supreme Lord, as one single moment of God's love grants eternal bliss. Thus, eternal alone is a reality on whom we should lay our trust and none else. Pori number 8. Sunaya Sid Pir Surnath. By hearing God's name, the mortal becomes a perfect person, the religious guide, a spiritual hero, and a great yogi. Sunaya Tarat Kaval Akash. By hearing God's name, the reality of the earth and its supporting bull and the heaven is revealed into the mortal. Sunye Deep Loe Patal. By hearing God's name, man comes to have the knowledge of the continents, the world, and the nether regions. Sunye Po Na Sakke Kal, Nanak Bhaktan Sada Vigas. By hearing the Lord's name, death cannot touch the mortal. O Nanak, the devotee ever enjoy happiness. Sunye dukh paap ka nas. By hearing to the Master's name, sorrow and sin meet with destruction. Central message. The word Suniya, that is by hearing God's name, the seeker enter into the path of attaining spiritual communion with the divine. This word also lays stress that God's light can only be attained by devout heart. The illuminating principle involved in realizing the above truth is based on the fact that transcendent God of heaven has become immanent God of man. The kingdom of God is within man rather outside. Therefore, in the human self lies the riddle of the true nature of man's being and the ultimate meaning of life. When man searches his inner being and realizes his true self, he comes face to face with eternity, thereby reflecting the immanent light of God within man as defined in the following verse. Let the restless, impatient mind fixed in the eternal and find a prop in God. Thus will the Creator provide for man union with himself and love for the eternal be born. It follows that real self of man has to be consciously perceived and realized through a word which created the universe and pervasive therein. This requirement is met by God's name and His tributes by grasping the intent of God's wisdom. The seeker attains superconsciousness. By hearing the word, hearing the Lord's excellences and contemplating on God's name, the human heart open to the divine. He lifts the soul unto the spiritual plane. The above mentioned doctrine awakens us that seeds of divine light are there in every heart of man and soul. It remains hidden in human intellect and earthly eyes. Once we become conscious of God's love, all our worldly attractions automatically vanish, and devout heart become the mold of divine light. This mystery is unfolded by Satguru as defined in the following verses at page 918 Guru Granth Sahib. सतगुरु का उपदेश सुन तू होवें तेरे नाल. Hear those the true Guru's instructions which shall go along with thee. Sarvano moroho sache no pataye. O ears of mine, ye were sent here the true name. Sache sunne no pataye, sharir laye suno sat bani. Ye were sent to attach to the body to hear the true name. Hear ye the true word. The Guru's words have to be grasped mentally and spiritually with an open, receptive heart, as the same provide a state of tranquility, calmness, and set free the human heart from the time cycle as defined in the following verse recorded at page 767 of Guru Granth Sahib. Sun har gun tine sahaj subhaye, gurmat sahaj naam tyaye. Hearing of the God's excellences, I am easily drenched with them. By the Guru's instructions, I have automatically uttered the Lord's name. The above verse makes it clear that by listening God's name and His excellences, the seeker's mind gets inward pull to establish contact with the human soul, causing a feeling of indwelling God. If we are to prepare our destinies, we should completely surrender to God's will and take shelter in His love. Guru Nanak says, ask those saints and blessed souls who experienced the above prayer. By grasping the intent of God's wisdom, the seeker enter into superconsciousness. When we pray from the depth of our heart and open ourselves to this divine, the Supreme takes up our burden and lifts the soul into spiritual plane as defined in the following verse of Sukhmani Sahib. He whose mind is fixed on God is a saint who never wavers and is always at peace. He is servant enjoying the grace of his master. How can he be afraid of anyone? He has seen the Lord as he is, penetrating his creation with his presence. He has been successful in his unceasing search and Guru guided, he has come upon this fundamental fact that wherever he turns, he finds God to be at the root of all things. He is matter as well mind. The above verse has further clarified that the evolved soul get the truth that the earth and human are being sustained under the cosmic law of nature around. And there was absolutely no truth that earth was being supported by a bull as per misled age concept then gripped the minds of the ignorant people. It will be appropriate to wind up the Guru's message of this Pauri with the following words. Sevak jan seve te parvan jin sevya gurmat hare. The servant who serve God and who serve him under the Guru's instruction, they become acceptable. Sacha manaye apna pana soi pagat sugad sujana. He alone is an accomplished and wise saint whom the true Lord makes submit to his will. Thus, a man who is devoted to Supreme reaches infinite. It is Supreme alone can grant us the saving wisdom which becomes the basis of bhakti. God is the final suspect. Bhakti is a mental state in which the mind, moved by an ecstasy of love, assumes the shape of God. When the emotional attachment to God becomes highly ecstatic, the the, the devotee forgets himself in God. It gives a feeling of God's presence everywhere. When the human soul surrenders itself to God, it takes up the knowledge of his bhaktas and casts away all sorts of their errors and inefficiency and transforms them all into his infinite light and grants purity of mind. Therefore, bhakti is an utter self-giving to the transcendent God through God's name. This Pauri makes out that a devoted man as an individual with a spiritual destiny engaged in contemplation of God's name and observing His excellence can enhance the faculties of human life. Pauri number 9. Sunaya Aser Burma End, meaning hearing the divine word of God, the status and power of Shiva, Brahma and Indra is obtained. Sunaya Mukh Sulahan Mand, hearing the divine word of God, even a sinner begins reciting the praises of God. Sunaya Jog Jugat Tan Bhed, hearing the name of God, the method of realizing Him, and the secrets of human body become manifest. Sunaya Sasat Simrat Ved, hearing the name of God, knowledge of 4 religious books, the 6 schools of philosophy, and 24 ceremonial treaties is attained. Nanak Bhaktan Sada Vigas. O Nanak, God's devotees always remain in bliss. Sunaya Dukh Paap Ka Naas, hearing the name of God, all sufferings and sins are annulled. Central message. Guru Nanak, the divine enlightener, tells us that a man whose heart is soaked in God's name and endowed with God's grace becomes a living image of reality and becomes his ruling passion. He becomes the integral part of supreme principle of moral law of divinity. Being dominant part of divine reason, such souls act as an instrument for God's purpose as a homage to the Supreme Master. It follows that eternal God is the one behind all forms and stands as immutable center of endless mobility. This imaginative form of everlasting trust in God constitutes a path of spiritual ascent for and that this fulfillment has been described in the following verse at page 1240 of Guru Granth Sahib. Nanak nae suniye mukh ujle. That is, listening to the name, one's face becomes radiant. The more intimate one is with God, the more willingly the evolved soul accepts God's will, hukum, which forms the state of tranquility, that is Sahib. This opportunity has been provided to us by the Satguru through their divine oriented words to enable us to rise from ethical to spiritual. It was this touch of the true Guru which makes the man great and capable of gaining the glory by self-giving and a phase of learning under the overall God's command. All those who followed the above principle of life gained high spiritual status as defined in the following verses of Guru Granth Sahib. Guru Prasade Hukum Pachane Tavat Rakhe Ekatra Kar Aage. By the Guru's grace, one recognizes the Lord's will, retains the wandering mind, and brings it back to the Lord house. Bandhan tode mukut hoye rahe sumaye. Such persons break his bonds, are emancipated, and remain absorbed in the true Lord. In Sikh spiritual philosophy, the norm integrates the essence of two eternal principles, that is, transcendence and immanence. These are imperishable part of article of faith, which is above the distinction of subject and object. Any deviation from the truth amounts to disregard of the Supreme Reality, who is source of all phenomena. The Guru clarifies that same God is worshipped by all. The difference of conception and approach are determined by local coloring and social adaptation. Therefore, the verse in question makes out that all manifestations belong to the Supreme. In other words, one entity of Supreme Lord functions in Shiva, Vishnu and Brahma. They are to be treated as spirit and matter, which operate through God's will. But Supreme Lord alone is the rewarder of all who diligently seek Him. Thus the Guru affirms that though beliefs and practices may be many and varied, their spiritual realization can be only through meditation on one Godhead. When the mind of the seeker dives deeper into the word or God's name, the mental doubts vanish and understand the reality as brought out in the following verse of Guru Granth Sahib at page 1130 of AG. Ekas ki tir kar ek jin Brahma Visan Rudru Upaya. The one Lord who created Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva has enjoined upon from one Lord, and they are in His service. Therefore, bhakti is loving attachment to God, and devotee directs his whole being to God. In contemplation, human soul draws close to the divine power, wisdom and goodness which make religion an essential part of devotion. It involves no reference to yogic technique or other philosophical school thoughts, as eternal cannot be attained by that which is temporal, as defined in the following verse of Sukhmani Sahib. Prabh ke simran, gyan, dhyan, tat buddh. By remembering God, one obtains divine knowledge, the gift of meditation with attached mind, the essence of true wisdom and faculty to distinguish and grasp. Pori number 10. Sunay Sat Santo Gyan, meaning absorption of holy teaching brings truthfulness, contentment, and spiritual illumination. सुने अर्थ सठ का स्नान, meaning absorption of holy teaching equal in merit bathing at the 68 holy water edges. सुने पढ़ पावे मान, meaning observing and studying of holy teaching brings to the seeker true honor. सुने लागे सहज ध्यान, meaning absorption of holy teaching fixes the mind in God realization. Nanak Bhaktan Sada Vigas. Saith Nanak, God's devotees are ever in bliss. Suniye dukh paap ka naas. Absorption in holy teaching annuls sorrow and sin. Central message. This story gives us an awareness that true happiness of a man lies not in possession of outward things, but in the fulfillment of the higher mind and spirits. That is, development of inner self, selfless devotion, and bhakti brings its own reward for the disciple. When the seeker attains divine light, he passes through happiness, virtue, to the eternal calm and bliss of spirit. Once above aim is achieved, the seeker's outward life expresses the inward being. The love of God is pressing on our soul, and if we throw ourselves open to His perpetual coming, He will enter our soul and redeem our nature like a blazing light. God, who is ever ready to help, is waiting only for our truthful appeal to Him. As the eyes of the seeker are opened about his worldliness attitude with the mystic touch of Satguru, the aspirant hold up the phenomenal series and adore the Supreme and enter into the realm of holiness and bliss. Such souls truly understand that, to will what God wills is the secret of life. Ram is close. It is also recorded at page 606 of the Granth Sahib as under. कहतों सुनतों एक तीरज धर्म पलटी पर एक. The saint tells, read and hear of one God, the Lord, the support of the earth. Bless Him with fortitude, righteousness, and protection amounts service to God. It draws the soul into the infinity. It follows that the spell of God's name and His love can only give holistic vision of God to the human mind. It makes its presence felt intuitively to the devout heart as an all-pervading principle of the universe as defined as under at Sukhmani of Body 9. All hearts belong to God. Whichever one He chooses to live in acquires a name according to His presence. God is the door, and His strength to do is also from Him. Whatever pleases Him, all come to pass. He has spread His presence like a mighty ocean with endless waves of creation. His ways are inscrutable. Each man has a vision of Him according to the light granted to him. God Himself, Creator is immortal and is ever and ever merciful. Generation of men have worshipped him and doing so have felt blessed. The ideal, the ideal man who has attained God's vision enjoys the highest spiritual bliss. His life becomes serene as his soul is endowed with divine wisdom, and for him, God alone is the object of contemplation. The God awakened man lives pure amongst impurities of the world. By overcoming the sense of grasping, he remains content in every situation. His passions of lust, anger, greed, pride, and undue attachment vanish, which gives such souls blissful living as love of the name alone brings peace to him. The divine light which illuminates the universe possesses the highest energy of spiritual content. It feeds the evolved soul a purity of heart through ethics, morality, and contents of law of nature. This is the only way to demolish the worldly illusion and attain contentment. The Guru maintains that divine knowledge is decidedly superior to all rituals and learnings, as the same cannot provide mystic experience which forms the fundamental spiritual truth of eternity. It is spiritually developed mind which can emancipate the soul and take across the worldly ocean. By thinking of him, we feel as steeped in his holiness as if we had bathed in all the water of pilgrimage, as defined below in Guru Granth Sahib at page 1286. Har har tirath jaan manua naya. Beaming God to pilgrim stations stank, I have bathed my mind. In reality, pilgrimage to the holy places and taking bath at such shrines has assumed the shape of social obligation compelled by passion of senses, unmindful of futility of their actions. In fact, such sacred places be used to recoup the human mind for contemplation on God's name instead of praying for attaining worldly desires. It is a spiritual power which transforms the evolved soul and not the man-made rituals. In the third verse of the Pahari, the Guru has laid stress on the recitation of sacred scriptures on daily basis to maintain the inward sense of truth, to cultivate the following two sovereign qualities of human characters in the discipline. A. Creating a fear of God arising out of spiritual sensitiveness, that is, tremor of soul. B. Submission to God's will, that is, acceptance of God's will known as Hukum and Raza. As commended by the Guru, the above cultivated virtues create a sense of humility and spirituality in the discipline whose real aim would be to obtain communion with the divine. The moral life is the fruit of a life of devotion and quest after spiritual purity. Man would no longer assert his I-ness were he to understand the divine ordinance. Fear as a tremor of soul does not precisely mean it is informed apprehension, that is, arising from spiritual sensitiveness to refrain from evil deeds as defined hereunder at page 19 of Guru Granth Sahib. Let the limbs be dyed in the fear of God and purity, and thy tongue relish truth. On such a one is cast the gracious look of God, all his torments end. Thus, the mind that is withdrawn from the world is settled in poise and is dyed in truth and fear. For man, therefore, submission and humility of spirit alone can liberate the soul from the bondage of delusion caused by our selfish attitude. In the fourth verse, the Guru says that the blessed souls are gifted with serene, steady, and undisturbed state of mind which keep them firmly poised to God. The sixth spiritual philosophy of Sahib comprehends the process of sunya, manya, and dhyana, along with devotion to see God's grace, is taken as eternal principle or spiritual way to attain ascent. It gives emphasis that the real process to earn divine grace is through prayer, faith, and meditation, which is the vital part of bhakti. The following verses of Guru Granth Sahib throw ample light on the defined concepts. Nanak naam bina koi kuch nahi name de vadai. That is, Nanak, without the name, none is worth anything. It is through the name that the Lord bless the glory. Chandan rak sugandh hai, bo vasana behek rahe. Chandan rak sugandh hai, bo vasana behek hai. The fragrance of sandal into bracket naam is a sublime fragrance and spread its perfume afar. The above rendering give a clear conviction that the spiritual knowledge of unknown can only be attained from divine teacher if we approach him in spirit of service and reverent inquiry. The Sikh Gurus have awakened us through their sacred God-inspired words that we must open our whole of inner being to attain personal contact with the Creator of universe, whose will acts as a law of nature. Its divine touch imparts human freedom from lust, pride, selfish tendencies which are being carried by a man from life to life, as we find as under at Sukhmani Sahib. Man thinks not of the friend who is ever with him, and loves the one who is his enemy. He lives in a house built of sand, and gay with delight indulges in pleasure of the world, believing in his heart that they shall last forever. The fool does not remember that death shall end them all. What enmity and strife, what lust, anger, and sentimentality, what falsehood and viciousness, what greed and fraud. These he has carried from life to life, and this is all his record. O Lord, redeem him with thy grace. Then Guru says that it is virtuous life which can bring closer to God who created the universe and governs it. The saints have rightly discovered the seeds of God's love in their heart and enjoy the fullness of their existence. पौड़ी नंबर 11 सुनिए सता गुण के गा meaning by hearing the Lord's name man dives deep into the ocean of virtues. सुनिए शेख पीर पातशाह by hearing the Lord's name renders the mortal a scholar, spiritual guide and a monarch. सुने अंधे पावे राह by hearing the Lord's name those spiritually blind the path. सुने हाथ होए इसगाह by hearing God's name deep secrets of the ocean of truth are fathomed. Nanak Bhagdan Sada Vigas. O Nanak, God's devotees always remain in bliss. सुनिए दुख पाप का नाश by hearing God's name all sufferings and sins are annulled. Central message: the four powers of Sunya, that is listening, impart spiritual wisdom by which the devotee enters in the channel of God's love. The divine light clears the soul from its defilement, and the devotee live inwardly and grow into the reality through the faith and self-control. In other words, insight is born by which the devotee becomes a mold of divine light as defined in the following verses of Guru Granth Sahib at page 617. अबनासी जैन को दाता सिमरत सब मल खोई meaning impressible and benefactor of the beings is the law, remembering whom all the filth is removed. गुण निधान भक्तन को बर्तन बिरला पावे कोई. The Lord treasure of virtues is for saints' use, but rare is the person who obtains him. मेरे मन जप गुर गोपाल प्रभ सोई. O my soul, contemplate those on that Lord, the great cherisher of the world. जाके शरण पाया सुख पाइए बौड़ दुख न होई. Seeking whose shelter man obtain peace and suffer not agony again. The above fundamental truth forms the article of faith in Almighty. This faith has been defined by the Guru as there is no second to God. He alone pervades universe. Brahma is one and so. Thus the wise man see the one God in all beings and develop the quality of equal-mindedness which is the characteristic of the divine. In Guru Nanak's vision, each one, irrespective of its status, is in society, have an opportunity of achieving his human fullness, the fruits of wisdom and virtues according to his efforts and condition. In a sense, the Guru regards all individuals socially equal, who are bound together in a living organic social system and bring uniformity in the society. It means all men are equally capable of attaining God's bliss depending upon their effort. Inclination to devotion is, however, recorded in man's destiny. Therefore, man's good action of previous birth earn such souls of the status of Sheikh, Pir, and Padshah. This element of spiritual life emphasizes that man must strive to lay by a store of good deeds to earn fortune. Therefore, it is implied for a man to remain obedient, faithful, and self-giving to attain divine bliss. Conscious. The subsequent verse clarifies that spiritual blindness is caused by human ignorance. It can only be corrected by divine light attained through devotion and love of God. No intellectual or scientific knowledge works. It is a matter of will and emotions. Self-discipline is easy when there is vision of the highest. If our faith is constant, it takes us to the realization of wisdom which is always free from doubts. We have to live inwardly and grow into reality. Therefore, we must acquire positive values for life and an unwavering faith in God which stands the test of life. True happiness lies not on the possession of outward things but in the fulfillment of the higher mind and spirit. Once we discover our true self with devotion and contemplation on God's name and live according to its truth, it will lead us to joy and freedom as defined hereunder in Sukhmani Sahib, Pauri 15. God is the mender of broken ties. He replenishes all hearts and looks to their needs with tender solicitude. Nobody is denied his gifts. Bear him always in your mind. He is never absent and is always available as the self-sufficing Lord. Man can get nothing by his own exertions, however much he may strain himself. Nobody else is therefore of any avail to you. Call upon his name as your only source and you will succeed. When the divine in the individual is manifested, the eternal, imperishable status of a saint. Body number 12. Manne ki gad kai न जाए, meaning the state of faith is inexpressible. Jeko kahe piche pichtaye, meaning whosoever attempts this shall regret in the end. Kagad kalam na likhan haar, meaning this abnormal state cannot be recorded by pen and paper. Manne ka bhai karan vichar, meaning even though seekers may sit down to ponder over it. Aisa naam naranjan hoye, meaning such immaculate is divine word of God. Je ko man jane man koe. It can only be realized by those whose faith is firmly fixed on him. Central message. Manne stands for profound faith in God which reflects the eternal truth. The true happiness of human being lies in fulfillment of the higher mind and spirit which leads the seeker to joy and freedom. It is God's love which brings the state of bliss for the devotee as it purifies the heart and takes the human mind for higher consciousness. At higher stages, God is the final satisfaction, and the devotee attains God's grace when devotion glows. This is the state of intense emotional pitiism which cannot be described in words. Guru Nanak has defined God as lover or spouse to the human soul. God's glory and splendor are a continuous source of praise in the sacrilegious hymns to create a right path to right. Guru Nanak has defined God as lover or spouse to the human soul. God's glory and splendors are a continuous source of praise in the sacrilegious hymns to create a right faith in God. Therefore, it demands on the part of true devotee for a complete surrender to God in trusting appropriation of the grace of God. In the created faith in God, the true devotee claims nothing except that he wants to love the Supreme and loved by Him. This, the holy man's eye, see a glimpse of God in everything. His life exhibits intimate association with the all-pervading elements of the nature. In other words, the man of faith in God sees His presence in all directions. Thus, the divine faith created through devotion and self-giving carried with him the consent of developed human mind and life which forms the basis of indwelling spirit or love for God. This is the state of highest spiritual freedom, as divine light then acts as a ruling passion of the human mind. These are the attributes of a saint who always remains in divine bliss. The divinized soul then looks at this world as a wonderful architectural gift to the humanity. These human feelings of wonder towards nature is called Vismad, which create human link with God and nature as defined in the following verses at page 463 of Guru Granth Sahib. Vismad Jia Vismad Ved. Marvelous are the thine creatures and marvelous their species. Vismad Roop Vismad Rang. Marvelous are thine forms and marvelous their colors. Nanak Saj Rate Bismadi Bisam Pay Gun Gainda. Nanak, wondrous are they who are imbued with the Lord's truth and hymning His praise, they become delighted. The seeker who has undergone the defined spiritual discipline can practice the truth in his life with the keen spiritual sensitiveness. Thus, distinction is clearly made by Guru Nanak between right action performed for the love of God and those suffering from rituals. The above assertion also gives clear understanding that without faith in God, man is ruined in wandering. Besides, who serves the Guru with devout heart knows the way of attaining the God's grace. Without Guru, it cannot be found out as defined as under. Be advised by the Guru, O thoughtless man, mere intellect devoid of love has ruined many a man. Cultivate the love of God my friend, and you will acquire clear thinking. Let his lotus feet blossom in your heart, and all the darkness of sins gathered in the course of the course of lives will vanish. Dwell on the name and spread it among others. Whoever hears it, utters it, and lives it will be saved. It is the only true and essential thing. Sing his praises with the poise of your mind. The abnegation is recorded in Sukhani Sahib at para 11. In the subsequent verse, the Guru has clarified that God's faith is an integral part of divine truth. No amount of academic knowledge can unfold its essence. It is intuitive wisdom, which is revealed through God's grace. These nectar dropping bliss cannot be recorded, rather realized as the highest. Then the Guru described name as the heavenly wisdom, and those who remain imbued with the gift of name find the vision and beauty of divine love. They become the glorified soul of the Supreme Reality. Such a man alone enjoys the highest spiritual bliss, as his life remains free from all entanglements, as recorded at page 159 of Granth Sahib. Ram Ram Karteyan Sukh Sant Sarir. By uttering the name of the Lord, the body procures peace and calmness. Antar vase na lage jampir. The master abides in the mind, pain and death touches him not. Body number 13. Mane surt hoye man buddh, meaning by truly believing in God's name, divine comprehensiveness enters in man's mind and understanding. Manne sagal pavan ki sudh. By truly believing in God's name, the knowledge of all spheres is acquired. Manne moh chota na khaye. The worshipper of God suffers not blows on his face. Manne jam ke saath na jaye. Through inner belief in God's name, such personalities escape the shackles of death. Minister. ऐसा नाम निरंजन होए जे को मन जाने मन कोय. Meaning, the great immaculate name of God may be realized by one whose mind is firm, fixed in faith. Central message. In the opening verse, the Guru says that faith in God is not an arbitrary state of mind which grope along with the voice of tradition, but a realized eternal state of spiritual truth. It is true that amongst thousands of men who strive for perfection, scarcely a few succeed, and those who gain light, they live in pure spiritual knowledge of the divine. It is integral wisdom and divine life of God's bliss. It is an evolved state where the seeker truthfully resigns himself in the hands of God. In other words, it is our desires and activities are expressive of the divine spirit in us. The same become pure overflowing of the divine will. It implies a spiritual state which constitutes the seeker's capacity to discriminate between internal and non-internal. These virtues cannot be brought, cannot be taught, but recollected through God's devotion, being eternal gift in the form of grace. In other words, it is derived wisdom as narrated in the following verse as recorded at page 920 of Guru Granth Sahib. सब स्थिति मन मिलया सच्चे लाया भाव. When man's mind is attached to the word name, he comes to enshrine affection to the true Lord. गुर कृपा ते से जन जागे जिन हर मन वसया बोले अमृत बाणी. By Guru's grace, only those mortals keep awake in those in whose mind the Lord abides and who utter the nectar word. The above defined freedom implies a spiritual state through which whole universe stands revealed. As the devotion deepens and knowledge of God increases until it reaches the vision of oneself everywhere, that is the life eternal, release from birth and death, as defined in the following verse at page 749 of Guru Granth Sahib. तेरे सेवक को पाओ किछ नाहि, जम न आवे नेरे. The slave has nothing to fear, and death, Mr. cannot near him. Thus, it is God's name which makes the true devotee to know the Supreme Spirit and to enter into His being for life eternal. Body number 14. Manne marg thak na paye, meaning through faith one shall meet no obstacle on the part of God realization. Manne patsyon pargat jaye, meaning and shall proceed to his abode with full honors. Manne magna challe panth, meaning through faith one shall not stray into sects. Manne dharam seti sanbandh, but he would be fixed in true religion. ऐसा नाम निरंजन होए जे को मन जाने मन कोए, meaning such immaculate is divine word of God. It can only be realized by those whose faith is firmly fixed on Him. Central message. In this story, Guru makes us aware that if we possess one gift of the love of God, we become the tool and channel of His will and purpose. It means He alone is to be called the true servant of God, whose heart is the dwelling place of Supreme. The seeker then acts as instrument of God's will. The evolved soul then meet no obstacle in the path of realization of truth as defined below at page 631 of Guru Granth Sahib. आओ बैठ आदर सब थाई ऊन ना कतों बाता. Everywhere am I welcomed and respected, and I am devoid of naught. भगत सिर पाओ दियो जाने उपने प्रताप नानक प्रभु जाता. The Lord blesses His devoted slave. The glory of the Lord becomes manifest with the robe of honor. O Nanak, in this way, the above defined path is realized through God's name, which gives eternal, pervasive wisdom. This is disclosed, this is disclosure of truth beyond finite mind, which cannot be attained through intellectual knowledge or man-made rituals. God's will is boundless and concerned about the suffering of his subjects. He stirs human heart on devotion and prayer. Three attributes of God, namely knowing, feeling, and willing, make him unique. In spiritual world, God has always been taken as emancipator of human soul and will continue to guide the world as true enlightener. Thus, God is so benevolent towards his creation that he lent himself to be discovered through his grace. Whosoever make an effort to live for divine. The Guru makes us to embrace the above potential realities of the divinity to widen our vision. These realities takes the seeker beyond the earthly tumults and make him to embrace the life eternal with honor. Such evolved souls with such evolved souls with gained confidence and faith shall never stray into sects and by way but adore his glory and remain steady in the gained wisdom. It is total submission with heart and soul to the Supreme Lord which paves the way for unrestricted entry in God's court as defined below at Pauri 10th of Sukhmanisa. My good friends, make it the business of your lives to meditate on God's name to the exclusion of all else. As you do so again and again, your minds will gather peace. Do it yourselves and teach others to do it. By love and devotion, you will have acquitted yourselves of the world. A life without love will end in ashes. Why? With love of the name, it will be crowned with eternity and peace. A drowning man will find in it his mainstay. It is the penance for all ills. It is the panic for all ills. Why not devote ourselves to the treasure house of so much good? Body number 15. Banne pave mok dwar, meaning through faith one finds the door of liberation. Manne parvare sadhar, meaning even his relatives are liberated through him. Manne tare tare gur sikh, through faith both preceptors and disciple are liberated. Manne Nanak pave na pek, says Nanak, one with faith has not to wander about begging for divine grace. ऐसा नाम निरंजन होए जो को मन जाने मन कोय. Such immaculate is name of God. It can only be realized by those whose faith is firmly fixed in Him. Central message. Guru says that when a man realizes God as truth, he is wholly identified with it. This complete faith in God paves the way for him to attain eternal status of liberation. This opportunity comes to those who have learned that God's infinite light pervades in the world to redeem those who direct their whole being to Him. The Supreme then casts away all form of devotees' insufficiency and transforms all into this infinite light. The whole spiritual philosophy centers around the fact that the active love for the divine stresses a complete surrender of the disciple to the Almighty in an attitude of trust. It perceives genuine piety in complete surrender to fit in God's pattern to enable us attain to attain saving wisdom of the Supreme. After the man is purified with the magnetic touch of Satguru, the disciple realizes the intuition of God and starts living in conformity of God's will. When freed, soul is inspired by divine knowledge and moved with God's will, the devotee becomes the means and mold of divine light as defined below at page 741 and 742 of Guru Granth Sahib. Charan Kamal Syon Lage Preet, meaning when man enshrines affection for the Lord's lotus feet, Sachi Paran Reet, his mode of life becomes true, perfect and pure. Sant Prasad Vase Man Mahi. By saints' grace, the Lord abides in him. Janam janam ke kilvik jahi. Sin of many births are eradicated. Kar kirpa prabdeen diyala, meaning, O Lord, compassionate to the meek, praise for thee, Nanak mange sant roala, dust of thine saints' feet. The liberated soul always remains in eternal bliss, as they see nothing but Him in worldly movement. One with God's faith has not to wander about begging for divine grace, rather they become the source of breaking the pain bonds of others who come in contact in their life. In the company of the man of faith, others feel urged to love God for the fulfillment of their aspirations. Such enlightened souls assumes the status of a saint and whenever follow him, including his relations, are saved, including his relatives. In the company of the man of faith, others feel urged to love God for the fulfillment of their aspirations. Such enlightened souls assumes the status of a saint, and whosoever follow him, including his relatives, are saved. The saintly souls act as conscious instrument of the divine, as defined in the following verse of Upanishad, para 14. He whose mind is fixed on God is a saint who never wavers and is always at peace. He is servant enjoying the grace of his master. How can he be afraid of anyone. He has seen the Lord as He is, penetrating His creation with presence. He has been successful in his unceasing search, and Guru guided, he has come upon this fundamental fact that wherever he turns, he finds God to be at the root of all things. He is matter as well as mind. Such is the great immaculate name of God. It can only be realized by one whose mind is firmly fixed in God's faith. Pauri number 16. Panch Parvan, Panch Pradhan, Panche Pave, Darge Man. Meaning, elect of God are approved by Him. They are supreme among men. Panche Sohe, Darrajan, Panch पंचा का गुर एक ध्यान. At God's portal are they honored, they concentrate their mind on one Guru alone. जे को कहे करे विचार, करते कह करने नाय शुमार. Meaning, one may attempt to express God's creation and describe Him as much as possible. Yet the doings of God are beyond count and computation. Tall Taram Dya ka Poor Santok Thap Rakhya Jin Soot. Meaning, the bull of Dharma is born of compassion. Contentment holds it together. जे को बुझे होवे सचार, तवले ऊपर के ताबार. Meaning, whoever realizes this shall be enlightened. How much is the load under which mythical bull stands. Terti hor, pare hor, tiste par, tale kaun jor. Meaning, there are earths beyond earth innumerable. On what support do these all rest? जिया जात रंगा के नाम सबना लिखया बूढ़ी कलाम. Meaning, the created beings are countless. Many have attempted account of these at a stretch, but who can render account of all these? ए लेखा लिख जाने कोए लेखा लेख्या केता होए. Meaning, even if someone knows how to write this account, what big account of such a writing would be. Keta tan swalyo roop keti daat jane kaun koot. Meaning, who can calculate God's strength and beautiful forms He has created and the extent of His blessings. Kitab sao eko quao tiste hoye lakht rao. Meaning, God's one word created the world expansion and millions of streams of life began to flow. कुदरत कौन कहाँ विचार वारा न जामा एक वार. O God, how may I describe and express your might? I am unweary even once to be made a sacrifice to you. जो तुझ पावै साहिब फलीकार तू सच्चा सलामत निरंकार. Meaning, what you please is good. You formless ever exist without fear. The word Panch stands for a spiritually awakened personality which remains engrossed in God's love to blend with the universal soul. It is the state of holiness which motivates them to remain tuned to the Supreme Lord through concentrated meditation on God's name. It is their unswearing dedication which brings liberation to such elect personality who also become preceptor to guide other aspirants of God's wisdom. Guru Nanak asserted that the meditative action and aptitude of self-surrender to God's will is the only media which enable the devout heart to assimilate various virtues such as wisdom, compassion, deepening faith in God, and self-control as defined in the following verses at page 686 of Guru Granth Sahib. Aap na chinas param roye. He understands not his self and bewails owing to excessive doubt. कहतो पढ़तो सुनतो एक तीरज धर्म करनी धर एक. सत सत संतोख संयम हृदय समाये. चौथे पद को जे मन पतियाए. साचे निर्मल वेल न लागे. The saints tell, read, and hear of one God, the Lord, sport of the earth, blesses him with fortitude, righteousness, and protection. Immaculate or true persons abide, no filth attaches to them. How na patti je na bo dekha. By abstinence he is not pleased, nor by many religious garbs. At spiritual level of the devotee, cross the dualities and act in the light and strength of the spirit in him. He does not act to gain any personal interest or avoid personal suffering, but only as instrument of divine. Single-minded worshippers yield themselves completely to divine. Man is the epitome of God's creation. The seeds of divine light is contained in every heart and soul, which are revealed to man through the spiritual inspiration. God is unique, being light, music, beauty, truth, and wisdom. At the same time, supreme, a beyond, and here both in nature and history. His power is his love, and his justice is mercy. Creation and dissolution of the universe depends on God's will, known as Hukum, as described in the following verses at page 1243 of Granth. God by his will made the world. God at his will controls it. He beholds all things set under his will. The will of God is divine law, which controls the destiny of the whole creation and created beings, and is responsible for their very existence. God's love serves as a foundation of man's trust and faith in God. Thus, love of God manifests itself in the righteous man as grace. It is this love of God for man which bridges the immense distance between God and man. God's love lives in us all. We have to discover it from our egoism, selfishness, and ignorance. In the subsequent verses, the Guru have brought out that the old age myth relating to the support of earth by a bull was a great error on the part of humanity. Guru clarifies that God is the material as well as efficient cause of universe, being ruler and director of cosmic process. It is the dominant part of divine will which renders support to the universe, including earth, as defined below at page 1037 of Guru Granth Sahib. Hukme Tarti Taul Sir Bhari, meaning it is the bull of the Lord's will that carries the load of earth on its head. Hukme Pound Pani Gandarang, the air, water, and the sky are subsequent to his order. Okme Jal Thal Tripavan Vasi, meaning in the Lord's will the creatures dwell in water, over the dry earth, and in three worlds. Okme Adane Aradi, meaning in the Lord's will the sky is stretched over. The Guru also clarifies that the realization above our truth is the fruit of divine law, known as Dharam, consisting of compassion, benevolence, mercy, and contentment. The invisible laws are eternal, which means they are real, objective truth. These are only discovered by us rather than invent them. These absolute laws do not depend on anything else. These are attributed to God's creative power inherent in nature. In the subsequent verse, the Guru has clarified that this universe had emerged through the word kawau, known as primordial sound. In this transcendent act, God exercised his will and transformed himself into sentient and non-sentient entities, yet remained distinct from them. In the process, the Lord when in the process, the Lord one become many by exercise of his will. The important aspect of the above transformation is that God thought immanent, yet he is transcendent. Thus, God's will is the heart of nature. He who can commune with it can understand God's will, which is divine law. This doctrine in the ethical field is associated with another doctrine, that is of Raza, acceptance of the will of God. The Raza of God amounts to divine spiritual gifts bestowed on man. It is dedicated submission to God's will, known as acceptance of Pana. Thus the Guru defined the Supreme Lord as repository of infinite virtues, and the creation survives due to his transcendent goodness. Our true self, which is an eternal mode of God, gets coverage of human ego due to our sensual attractions. The spiritual oriented individual can get free from it by creating love with God through devotion and contemplation on God. When we surrender ourselves to God, the Supreme takes up our deficiencies and saves us under His grace, as defined below in Sukhmani Sahib. Thou art the Master, to Thee I pray. My body and soul are the gifts to start life with. Thou art the Father, Thou the Mother, and we Thy children. we draw manifested blessings from thy grace. None knows thy extent. Thou art the highest of the high. All creation is stung on thy will. It has to accept all that comes from thee. Thou alone knowest what informs thy purpose. I am ever and ever a sacrifice unto thee. Pauri number 17. Asank Jap, Asank Bhav, meaning countless are the prayers, chants, countless are the forms of devotion. Asank Puja, Asank Taptao, meaning countless are forms of worship, countless are modes of doing penance. Asank Granth Mukh Ved Path, meaning countless are those who recite Vedas from memory. Asank Jog Man Re Udas, meaning countless are the ascetics who have turned their minds away from the world. Asank Bhagat Gun Gyan Vichar, meaning countless are devotees who ponder over his qualities and seek his illumination. Asang Sati, Asang Datar, countless are the pious mortals who distribute charities. Asang Surmo Paksar, countless are the heroes who bear the brunt on their faces. Asang Mon Live Lai Tar, meaning countless are those with woes of silence. Kudrat Kavan Kahan Vichar. O God, how may I describe and express your might? Varyana Jama Ek Var. I am unworthy even once to be made a sacrifice to you. Jodat Bhava Sai Balikar, meaning what you please is good. Tu Sada Sanamat Nirankar, meaning thou formless one, immutable, ever perfect art thou. Central message. In this Pauri, the Guru has brought out that every activity of God's creation is the illustration of divine glory. Although the Supreme Lord is formless and beyond human determination, yet the religious leaders found the way to know Him intuitively through prayer and devotion. There are accordingly as many ways of praising and worshipping Him as there are kinds of His creation. It is so because all are helpless and weak, but those who withdraw their affections from the world, attach themselves to the name of the world, sight-eyed personalities always remain tuned to Him as God's name. To Him is His stay and support. Thus, man realized that only freed soul can become a living image of the infinite. The seers found the way to live inwardly and grow into reality by creating love and faith in Him. It is believed that spiritual knowledge and wisdom is a part of divine love, and each man has a vision of him according to the light granted to him. God Himself, the Creator, is ever and ever merciful. Generations of men have worshipped Him and doing so have felt blessed. This is the reason the Guru attributes the very human activity and effort of sacrifice as part of God's command, as defined below at Paudi 9 of Sukhmani Sahib. All hearts belong to God. Whichever one He chooses to live in, acquire a name according to His presence. God is door and strength to do is also from Him. Whatever pleases Him will come to pass. He has spread His presence like a mighty ocean with endless waves of creation. His ways are inscrutable. Thus, prayer and devotion is the effort, as defined in the opening verse, is the effort of a man to reach God. It assumes that there is an answering presence in the world. Through the exercise of prayer and devotion, we kindle a light in our consciousness which shows up our pride, selfishness, and fears. This is a way to build up integral personality. Slowly, the awkward personality starts feeling that it is degrading to fulfill our desires and luck in life. But those whose small minds are distorted by desire resort to other gods, observing various rites, being constrained to lower nature. But the Guru insists that salvation is only available to those who are attached to Naam, as defined below at page 199 of Guru Granth Sahib. Eko simar na duja bhav, meaning meditate on the one Lord and think not duality. Sant sang jap keval now, meaning in the guild of saints repeat only the name. Karam dharam name Bhut puja par brahm mo min jnana duja. Ritual, religious rites, fasting, and worship of deities are not eternally recognized except transcendental Lord. The above scenario, which forms the dominant part of Sikh religion, has been brought out by the fifth Guru of Sikh faith as under. God's presence rolls through the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the flight of human thought, as expressed in scriptures, like the Vedas, Puranas, and Smritis, all speak the language of God. The devout heart must keep himself well poised and unmoved towards God's devotion. Number 2. The holy man then sees a glimpse of God in everything. His heart feels a current of faith running through our religious religions. His ears create a sweetness of sound in all talks. Number 3. Of all religions, the best is the practice of the name with purity of conduct. Of all rites, the best is to purge one's heart of filth and evil tendencies by association with those who have disciplined themselves. 4. Of all devotional practice, the best is the constant application of heart to the name. Of all secret texts, the most secret is that which one hears the praise of God and utter it to others. Of all the holy places, the holiest is where one feels the stir of name in one's heart. Thus, through bhakti, devotee truly surrenders himself to the divine. God becomes his ruling passion, and whatever the devotee does, he does for the glory of God. It is utter self-giving to the Supreme Lord. Such a devotee has in him the inspiration to serve God in humanity. The Guru attributes every human activity as a part of God's command. It would be befitting on the part of human race to accept his will as God's grace, as an enduring peace, and keep on praying with pious posture to him. Body number 18. Sank, Murak, Andhkor, meaning countless are fools who are spiritually blind. Asang, Chor, Haram Kaur, meaning countless are thieves and dishonest persons. Asang, Amar Kar Jai Jor, meaning countless are tyrants who ruled by force. Asang, Gal, Vad, Atya Kamaye, meaning countless are cutthroat and murderers. Asang Papi Pap Kar Jaye, meaning countless are sinners who have behind a trail of sin. Asang Kodiyar Kode Firaye, meaning countless are revolving in their own falsehood. Asang Malej Mal Pak Khaye, meaning countless are filthy sinners who eat filth. Asang Nindak Sir Kare Bar, meaning countless are slanderers who carry loads of sins on their head. Nanak Neech Kahe Vichar, meaning, O God, how can poor Nanak describe and express your might? Varya na jama ekvar, meaning I am unworthy even once to be made sacrifice to you. Jo tud pave Sahib bhalikar, meaning whatever you please is good. Tu sada sanaman rankar, meaning you formless ever exist without fear. Central message. This story gives a glimpse of those perverted human minds of demonic nature which act against the moral law. Their minds always remain in grasp to attain happiness through unfair means, irrespective of values. Their ostentation, arrogance, excessive pride, anger, as also harshness and ignorance are the endowment of those who are born with the tainted past. Such darker souls do not know the way to link their conscious compatible with their spiritual wisdom. Thus, those egoistic persons driven by passion and desire vitiate the integrity of human life as defined in the following verses of Asadivar. How which Murak, how which Siana. The soul of proud man performs foolish and wise act, believing in its ego. Mok Mokut Pisar na jana. The soul does not realize the way of salvation. How which Maya, how which Chaya. The soul entangled in I amness, and due to it, it is made to take birth as different living beings. Thus, ego causes entanglement. Thus, ego causes enlongment and makes the man to suffer repeated transmigration. However, the two orders are spiritual and empirical are closely related. The moral laws give direction to a person to adopt right means of living a purposeful life by subduing the instinct of desire and passion with the power of human will based on God's devotion. One, a man tend to understand that this life is an opportunity to carve out the future resting on the foundation laid on the spiritual and conceptual ideology framed by the spiritual masters. Such reformed personalities start performing true service as per spiritual and human law based on God's devotion and contemplation and attain supreme light as defined below at page 219 of Guru Granth Sahib. Patat Pauneen Deen Band Har Satan Tahaye Tum Avo. God is the purifier of sinners and relation of meek. Enter into his sanctuary. Thus the path of redemption is the total surrender to him as God's justice, his mercy, and devout heart is never appointed by the Supreme Lord. When we subdue the senses with devotion on God's name, the flame of spirit burns bright and clear. The light of consciousness stands in its own nature, and an empirical self with its shifting tides of experience is controlled by buddhi, in which is reflected the light of consciousness. The evolved soul then attains spell of its essence and holistic view of reality. In that event, the evolved soul realizes its kinship with the divine. Thus, liberation is a return to inward being, to subjectivity. Bondage is endorsement to the objective world, to necessity, to dependence. A man attached to the mammons is blind and deaf. He hears not name and make a violent confusion. The pious person is known by enshrining love for God's name and get absorbed in it as defined below in Sukhmanisaf Pauri 10. To find grace in the eye of God brings much peace, but only a few know the relish of Him. Those who have tasted Him feel blessed. They are filled to perfection and wobble not. The intensity of love spills in the hearts and saturates their beings. This taste is developed in the company of the God intoxicated. When a man withdraws himself from all other sides and comes to take refuge there, his mind is illumined and all its energies are directed towards God. Only a fortunate few apply themselves to Him, but those who do have, but those who do love Him attain the perfect peace. Thus, Guru's words teach us to control our impulses, shake off our wanderings and confusion, rise above the current of nature, and regulate our conduct through God's devotion. As otherwise, we will become victims of lust, which is the enemy of man on earth. Body number 19. Asang naam, asang tham, asak agam loe. Meaning, countless are names of God, countless are the spaces created by Him. His realms are inaccessible and inscrutable. Asang kahe sir bhar hoye, meaning even to call them countless is to carry loads of sin on one's head. Akri naam, akri sala, akri gyan geet gunga, meaning God's name and praises are expressed through words. Through words, divine knowledge and attributes of God are sung. Akri likhan bolan ban, akhran se sanjo vikhan, meaning through the words, divine knowledge and attributes of God are sung. Through words, the heavens are written and spoken. Through words, the destiny written on forehead can be described. Jinne likke tisar nahe, meaning yet God who created these words is not ruled by these words. Ye farmaye tiv tiv paaye, meaning whatever He orders is carried according to that way. Jaya kita teta nau min nawe nai ko thau, meaning as great is thy creation, so great is thine celebrity. There is no place without God's name. कुदरत कौन कहाँ विचार वार्या न जावा एक वार. O God, how can I describe and express your might? I am unworthy even once to be made sacrifice to you. जो तुत पावै साहिब फलिकार तू सदा सलामत निरंकार. Meaning, whatever pleases thee, what is a great pursuit, thou art ever safe and sound. O formless one. Central message. The opening words of the Pauri gives a vision of cosmos, infinite universe, which man can in no way express adequately. The physical universe issues directly from God essence, and its imprints declare the glory of the Supreme. The cosmic order cannot be taken as an erratic or inconsistent movement of things, but a well-planned, selective arrangement of the universe which are beyond the human imagination. The most beautiful system of the sun, planets, and comets would only proceed from the domain of that all-powerful being who fashioned this world of material and infused life in it with immanent eternal light. Besides, they dovetail together in such a mutually supportive manner which bestow upon nature a stability and harmony. Although the universe is a manifestation of the divine, they are there on account of God's wondrous power. God is so completely transcends the universe, it is difficult to attain his direct knowledge, as it is the work of nature which belongs to God, and his will acts as a law of nature. Guru Nanak has defined the omnipotence, power of God at page 1037 of Guru Granth Sahib, of which a few verses are gleaned below. Sunno Chand Suraj Gyanare, Jiski Jot Travan Sare. Meaning, from the Absolute Lord came the moon, the sun, and firmament. His light is contained in all the three worlds. Suno Tarat Akas Opaye Bin Thamma Rakhe Sach Kal Paye. Through his hidden omnipotence, he has created the earth and the sky. Infusing his true might, the Lord sustained them without pillars. Sunno Pani, Sunno Bani, Sunno Upji, Sunno Samani. Meaning, out of the absolute Lord have welled up the four sources of creation, and from the absolute Lord the speech. All that spring from the profound merges in the profound Lord. Then Guru says, that from the Absolute Self, as He has established this world to embrace love for Him. He is the inner knower, and all things are thine. In relation to transcendent reality, the Absolute, we cannot think of virtues and vice, pain and pleasure, salvage and bondage, matter and mind, life and death, which came only when the Supreme Reality assumed the role of a personal God, mean Pursuer. It was realized decisively by Guru Nanak that worship of God in His manifested form gives greater, easier knowledge of infinity. Thus, in Sikh philosophy, devotion and prayer on mystic word Naam has assumed fundamental doctrines of Sikhism. God's name, with its pervasive powers, act as an intermediary between God and creation. Therefore, the word Naam stands for intuition to the human soul. The light of mystic word Naam, when interacts with the human self, brings illumination. In other words, when God's name is lodged in human frame, the body turns into a place of pilgrimage. The subsequent verses clearly indicate that devotion and contemplation on God's name is an essential part of human life. It is because human eye can only see outward forms, but the inner soul is perceived by the eye of spirit. God's being is a gift of God, and it can only be attained through divine word as defined below at page 644 4 of Guru Granth Sahib. Sabde hi nau upjai, sabde mel milaya. Meaning, from the word has emanated Naam. Though the word is through the word is union attained. It is not a mental construction, but a disclosure of a truth beyond the infinite mind. The Guru's words teach us that we should become wise and learn to act as an instrument of God and receive this His command, that is Hukum, with open heart and do His will with complete faith in Him, as Thy will is our peace. Therefore, those who understand a supreme design and symbol of God's purpose are said to have earned God's bliss. In the wake of above realities, adoration has become an essential part of religion, as brought out in this story. Shakti emphasizes humility, obedience, readiness to serve, compassion, and gentle love. When human soul surrenders itself to God, it becomes entitled for his bliss, and it makes man's spiritual destiny, for which the word Akri stands for. It follows man's good actions, a previous birth, incline him to serve God. Such accumulated merit has the power to draw upon man divine grace, which awaken devotion in the seeker in an intensified degree with powerful passion. This mystical relationship between earned merit and God's grace play a decisive part in attaining salvation. This gift may neither be forced out of God's hand nor questioned, as supreme reality is the repository of all conceivable virtues, and man is only an instrument in his hand as a tiny part of whole. In reality, our complete surrender before the God brings peace and tranquility of mind. As man depend on his saving care, energizing eternal spirit of grace, as defined below at page 1244 of Guru Granth Sahib. All belong to the Master, and from the Master all emanate. If one realizes the Master's will, then alone can someone obtain truth. Recognizing oneself by the Guru's grace, no one appears bad. Nanak, whosoever contemplates the name through the Guru, fruitful is the advent in the world. पौड़ी नंबर 20। पर ये हाथ पैर टंडे पानी चौथे उतरस के, मीनिंग should hands feet body becomes filthy with water can be washed off. Clothes fouled by dirt may be washed with soap, पर ये मत पापा के संग ओ तो पहनावे के रंग, meaning but if mind is fouled by sin and evil, that can only be purified by devotion to the divine word of God. पुन्नी पापी आखण नाए कर कर करना लिख ले जाए, meaning good and evil are not meaningless words. What man does, he carries its record along with them. आपे बीज आपे ही खाएं, meaning as man sows, so shall he reap. Nanak hukmi आवे जाएं, meaning, O Nanak, everyone is moving in the cycle of transmigration according to his order. This Pauri reveals an eternal truth that human life is a conflict between light and darkness. The the farmer who live in the day of illumination and tread the path of spiritual knowledge, make the earth a stepping stool to reach God, whereas those who are lost in the darkness of night are subject to rebirth due to spiritual ignorance. A man of such little worth hardly think of the wonders of goodness of God who kept him safe in the fire of womb. A man of such little worth hardly think of the wonders of goodness of God who kept him safe in the fire of womb. Condition of such a crippled personality has been defined in the following words of Sukhmani Sahib 44 para 7. Man thinks not of the friend who is ever with him and loves the one who is his enemy. He lives in a house built of sand and gay with delight indulges in the pleasure of the world, believing in his heart that they should last forever. The fool does not remember that death shall end them all. What enmity and strife, what lust, anger, and sentimentality, what falsehood and viciousness, which greed and fraud. Those he has carried from life to life, and this is all his record. O Lord, redeem him with thy grace. Inclination to devotion is a benign gift from thy grace. All creation is strung to God's will. The seeker has to prepare himself by leading a spiritual life of ethics and morality. Thus, it follows that eternal wisdom is attainable by noble conduct of human life. Though the wisdom exists in human mind, yet it remains suppressed due to above defined ignorance caused by human ego. Once this ignorance is removed through God's devotion, the spiritual wisdom shines. Religion is contemplation, realization of God. Religion is contemplative realization of God. It is not merely reflection, but a communion of heart and molding of seeker's personality to divine's end. When a man is rid of his passion and self-will, he becomes a mirror reflecting the will of divine. It is rightly said that even if those should be the most sinners, thou shalt cross over all evil by the boat of wisdom alone. Thus, there is nothing on earth equal in purity of divine wisdom. Thus, who has faith in God and absorbed in it through his love attain supreme peace. We are bound by a wheel which turns through endless cycle of birth and death. Through God's grace, only one can get released. Release from this wheel and attain union with God. Thus, one has to work out the salvation by the effort of itself, which demands faith in God. In His love, our whole being is transformed and lifted into the universality of spirit. Thus, divine gift of grace can only descend as a consequence of our good conduct and contemplative devotion on God's name, as defined below at page 232 of Guru Granth Sahib. Haume Maya Sabad Jalaye. Egotism and love of wealth one burns with God's name. मेरा प्रभ साचा मल मिलाए. My true Lord unites him in his union. The human beings are bound by their actions, and soul goes to that on which its mind is set as we become what we think. Those who meditated on God's name and departed the world with His grace deemed to have been emancipated. The egoists involved souls have to go through the cycle of birth and death as defined below. It is rightly said, none beholds him with the eyes, for he, that is God, is without visible form. Yet in the heart is he revealed through self-control and meditation. Those who know him become immortal. Body number 21. तीरथ तप दया दान जे को पावे तिल का मान. Holy bathing, austerity, compassion, charity, that is all are approved if they bring even a grain of merit in God's eye. सुने मने मन कीता भाव अंतर्गत तीर्थ मल नाव. True merit lies absorbing holy teaching, faith and devotion. In these take the holy purifying bath of the soul. सब गुण तेरे मैं नहीं कोई. Lord, all noble qualities abide in thee, none in me. वीण गुण कीते भगत न होए. Without performing good deeds, no true devotion can be. Swas आस बाणी बरमाओ, सत सुहान सदा मन चाओ. Salvation, salutation to him, creator of Maya, whose form is the holy word, eternal, holy, supreme beauty, ever blissful. Kavan suvela, vakat kavan thir kavan var. What the hour and occasion, what the date and day. Kavan saruti jit hua akar. What was the season and the month when the world was created. Vel na payo panditi je hove le Quran. Had Brahman found the answer, they would have recorded it in their scriptures. Vakhat na payo kadiyan je likhan le Quran, meaning nor the causes knew it, otherwise they would have recorded in Quran. Thit war na jogi jane, rutma na koi. The yogis also did not know the date, season or the month. Ja karta siddhi ko saje, ape jane soi, meaning the Creator alone knows the answer. Kiv ka rakha, kiv salahe, क्यों वर्णे किव जाना, meaning how can I express his great, how praise him and to know him. नानक आखन सबको आखै एक दो एक सियाना. O Nanak, all profess though these to express, and each one thinks to be wiser than the other. Vadda Sahib, Vaddi Nai, Kita Jaka Hoye, meaning the Supreme Lord, having supreme qualities, is alone doer. Nanak Jeko Ape Jane, Ag Gyana Soy, meaning, O Nanak, if someone thinks himself to be powerful, he will not be honored in the world. Central message. The religion gives a first-hand experience on the realization of eternal truth. This highest spiritual knowledge cannot be learned by way of subtle metaphysics or complicated rituals involving holy bathing, austerities, alms giving, etc., as these cannot rid of ego sense, which is the cause of human ignorance. The aim is to bring divine light in the human frame to make it a sacred shrine of divine knowledge. When evolved soul reaches his inner being with devotion on God, it realizes his true self and comes face to face with the eternity. It amounts to unfolding of imminent light of God within him as defined below at page 607 of Guru Granth Sahib. Within him is the sacred shrine of divine knowledge which the true Guru has revealed. Bathing in the tank of nectar of the sacred shrine, filth is removed and his soul becomes stainless. True love of the true name, the friends meet with God, the friend. Thus, in the self of man lies riddles of the true nature of man's being and the ultimate meaning of life. In the subsequent verse, the Guru has defined the process of attaining God's grace by listening, faith, and devotion. These three steps are known as Sahib. The aim is to attain the vision of cosmic unity through the above three strands of devotion, in which the Creator, and the Absolute are part of one whole, visible to the eye of spiritual intuition. This facet of divine grace has been described as under at page 1291 of Guru Granth Sahib. In the state of union with the eternal is heard divine music, and the self is attuned to the infinite. His state, the self listens to the inexpressible tale of God realization, and all desire is stilled. The mind turned Godward is Amrita filled, and its wandering ceases. In the state, silent meditation is broken, and the self is merged in the primal reality. The senses find union with purer impulses, and through divine grace is the self lodged in its own abode. Nanak is a slave unto one who finds such abode by seeking it through divine word. The above narration makes it clear that when human mind and soul surrenders itself to the God, it attains the virtues of self-giving and acceptance of God's command with love, faith, and spiritual discipline. The defined vision is not a mental condition, but disclosure of truth from the infinite mind. If we are wise, then we act as an instrument of divine and accept his command and his will with open heart. Thus the individual's self loses its grip on the ego sense and gives way to the God realization as defined below in Anand Sahib. O Father, that man alone obtains supreme bliss whom you give. That man alone obtain it whom you bless with it. What can other poor mortals do? Some in doubt wander in the directions, while others are adored by attachment to name of God. By grace of Guru, their hearts becomes immaculate, who abide by the will of God. O Nanak, whom he gives obtains the holy bliss from God. Thus, true bhakti combines devotion to God and service to humanity, and also a crusade, crusader for truth and justice. Therefore, it is a great day of a man's life when his instincts compel him to live as an inspiring, self-evolving being. It is the occasion when the divine within him gets awakened, never again to slumber, never again to rest, until his eyes rest upon a broad day truth. These awakened faculties then urge him to seek refuge in spiritual wisdom. There, who aim at the right life and believe in the eternal truth, arise and touch morning dews of kindness to attain. Kindness to obtain present posture of peace as described in Guru's renderings. The divine law always shield and protect the honest and devoted individuals who have resolved to turn his course of conduct for higher direction. Therefore, self-surrender to the will of God and His love form the guardian principles for mental peace into habitation. Swast Hath Bane Burma. It means these words have been interpreted by Sikh scholars as follows. I beg of thee, those art all bliss, creator of Maya, Brahma and the world, thou who art truth, beauty and consciousness of the world, those who are truth, beauty and consciousness of bestow on me the blessing of good qualities. The above words of the Guru give an assurance to man that he can lay hold on a power which illumines and transforms his life. These revelations embody a central truth. A man of faith can hold on that power with great confidence and make his life worth divine bliss. Reflection and meditation on God's name along with Guru's words act as an agent of divinity and molds man's personality. By yoking the mind for true divine knowledge, all doubts and superstitions vanish, and mind becomes a real place or pilgrimage as defined in the preceding verses. Thus, only those lives are faithful which are filled with the name of God. In the subsequent verses, The Guru has depicted the wonders of invisible reality who created this universe with one word known as primordial sound and became immanent God of men, and his will acts as a law of nature in the world. The Guru draws our attention towards the elegant architecture of the universe, a glory, the sun, the planets, the earth, the moon, and the human being itself, which reflect the wisdom, power, and care of the Creator. The spiritual philosophy. The spiritual philosophy of the Guru gives the authentic assurance that anyone who has faith and love of God can get release from the unworthy chains of ignorance. In other words, the human inner self has to be converted into the conscious robe of divine spirit to accept the following reality. I said we got yes. This fact has been defined at page 1188 of Guru Granth Sahib as under. There is but one throne and one king. The absolute Lord is contained in all places. The three words are created of that sublime Lord. He, the formless Lord, is inaccessible and inapproachable. True is the name of the unique personality. In the wake of above fact, how Brahmins, Qazis, or Yogis could know the date and day of this universe. Anyone claiming such power cannot be relied upon, as defined below in Guru Granth Sahib. The name alone is the true seal of the Lord's approval. Pauri number 22. Patala Patal Lak Agasai Agas. Meaning, he has created millions of nether worlds and heavens. Order Kodak Pal Take Ved can equat. Men despair. The Vedas too declare in a word their helplessness. Says 18 can Kadeba Astoiktat. The Muslim scriptures declare the number of species 18,000. Vain is such count, nothing is real but the one essence. लिखा होए तन लिखिए, लिखे होए विनाश. His infinity no one may measure or state. Men's lives are swallowed up in effort. Nanak Vada Akhe Ape Janaya, meaning saith Nanak, know that he is supreme, he himself all-knowing. Central message. In this Pauri, the Guru has brought out that seers, scholars and scientists have become weary to record God's creation. Rather, those attempting it have themselves departed this life in despair without accomplishing this task. The Vedas too have expressed man's helplessness in the following word. The primary steps towards mystic experience is the negation or denial of the eternal things, that is, Brahma or Atma is never this nor that, niti niti. Similarly, Muslim scripture declare the count of the created species 18,000 as mentioned in Muslim cosmology, whereas the Guru says that vain is such count. Nothing is real but one essence, if divine reality, the Absolute. Those attempting it could not succeed due to their incapacity to do it. They declare that it is supreme only who knows about his creation. However, this cosmic order cannot be taken as an erratic or inconsistent movement, but well planned, selective arrangement of the Creator which are beyond the human imagination. Even the scientists have declared the architecture of the universe is built according to invisible rules, which they call cosmic code. It is true that most beautiful system of the sun, planets and cosmic could only proceed from the domain of the powerful being who fashioned the world of materials and infused life in it with imminent light. God's omnipotent power has been described in the following verse of Sahib, para 12. O my inaccessible and inapprehensible God, your limits cannot be known. No one has found your limits, and you alone know this. Men and other creatures are playing in your hands. By what words can we describe and narrate you? God Himself has created the world and Himself speaks and takes care of all. Nanak says, you are always inaccessible and your limits cannot be found. Thus, the origin of all things visible or invisible, including matter, is attributed to the free creative act of eternity. The important component in this doctrine is God's omnipotence. That is, there is no limitation to His creative power. The laws are known as law of nature, which are absolute, and nothing escapes them. Thus God's play cannot be understood, said Guru Nanak. Pauri number 23. Sala sala eti sut na paya, meaning, if we sing laudations of God again and again, we cannot comprehend His greatness. Nadiyan ete va pave samund na janiye. He is unknowable as the ocean into which streams and rivers fall, yet know not his extent. Smund sa sultan gira seti mal dhan, meaning great kings of ocean, like vast empires possessing immense wealth. Kidi tulna homni jetis manana visre, meaning measure not to the merit of an ant whose mind is ever fixed on God, that is, from whose mind God is never absent. Central message. In this body, Guru has awakened us that mystical view of Creator's infinity cannot be attained by using symbols to express ideas, emotions, or praiseworthy words. One has to practice the truth through its own developed, purified intuition. It is a knowledge by acquaintance and not by description. The whole purpose is to create a state of blessedness. Therefore, the seeker has to raise its consciousness from its ordinary waking condition to higher level until it attains union with the Supreme. To realize the truth, the seeker must be delivered from the clutches of materialistic life. Our treasure is love of God, which merges the aspirant in his truth. This knowledge can only be attained by those died in holy word Nam. The divine knowledge of inner self so attained contains perception associated with fullness of joy and infinite illumination. It is a state by which the bonds of ignorance burst asunder as it possesses the spirit and power of divinity. It implies freedom not only from all limitations but also birth and death. For a man who has achieved liberation during lifetime, he is known as Jivan Mukat, that is, living free. The great ones attain immortality in this very life. This state of wisdom has been described as under in Guru Granth Sahib at page 197. Sota Surat Nama Bhagwanta. Through the name of the auspicious Master, honor and divine understanding are acquired. Again, at page 198 of Guru Granth Sahib, the Guru has awakened us with the following words. Ram Naam bin kaise utras par. Without the pervading God, how shall the mortal cross it? Har preet pyare, sabad vichare, tis he ka so hoga. He who bears love to beloved God and ponder over the name comes to belong to him. The above state of wisdom has been described in various scriptures as under. All rivers flow into the sea and in so doing lose name and form. Even so, when a man realizes God as a truth, he is free from name and form, being wholly identified with him, that is God. In the subsequent verse, the Guru says that kings whose immense power and wealth are inferior to those worms in whose heart the love of God is lodged. These words give a stress that God is important to human destiny. It is our devotion to God which brings us a spiritual wisdom. Once we master our mind with the above reality, we can achieve the unbroken realization of the Brahma. Once the seeker's soul opens itself to the divine, God takes up the burden and lifts the soul into the spiritual plane, as described below in Anand Sahib, Pauri 37. Gur Prasadi Bujya Jam Eka Har Ek Hai Har Bin Avar Na Koi. By grace of Guru, when I perceived, I realized that God is one. Without God, there is none else. Pauri number 24. Antana Sifti can na ant, antana karne den na ant. Mean innumerable are God's qualities and as their count. Antna vekhan sunna ant, antna jape kya man mant. innumerable His doings, His bounty, endless He sees, hears. Anna jape kita akar, Anna jape paravar, meaning endless are the forms created by Him, and we cannot imagine the purpose of His mind. अंत कारण कहते बेला है ताकि अंत न पाए जाए, meaning many years men cry and wail to know His extent, yet it ever eludes them, that is, cannot find His extent. ਇਹ ਅੰਤ ਜਾਣੇ ਕੋਏ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਕਹੀਏ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਹੋਏ, meaning none knows His extent. The more it is expressed, the farther it recedes. That is, as more is expressed, still more is it seen to be. ਵੱਡਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉੱਚਾ ਥਾਂ, ਉੱਚੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਉੱਚਾ ਨਾਉ, meaning He is the Supreme Master and His name is supreme above all. That is, name is a mystical term and stands for the divine reality. ਵੱਡਾ ਵੱਡ ਉੱਚਾ ਹੋਏ ਕੋਏ ਤਿਸ ਉੱਚੇ ਕੋ ਜਾਣੇ ਸੋਏ, meaning only one such who exalted Lord might know His extent. He alone can know His extent. ये वर्ड आप जाने आप नानक नदरी, meaning devotion to Him is a blessing coming through His glance of grace. Central message. In this Pauri, the Guru has given the mystic vision of the Supreme Lord, the Creator of this universe. At the same time, there is a stress emphasizing the concept that God is immanent in the world, continuously active in the world of nature and moral values, endless the forms created by Him, many years to know His extent, yet is ever elude them. The Guru says that if we remove the obstructing vision of ignorance, the truth can be seen by its own light through our dwelt and purified intuition. Thus, God's attributes, when properly understood by a man of faith, enable him to communicate with Him in prayer, communion and meditation, which make him to understand that he is the Supreme Master. This idea is so potent as to alter not only the lives of individual men but also the course of all history, as societies have changed by religious experience. If we consider to what extent the world history has been molded by religious mystics and saints, the glory of God cannot be defined in conceivable empirical determination. It is only possible if the seeker is capable of attaining his love. The Guru maintains that God is repository of infinite noble qualities through दो इसे काट दो पहला noble qualities दो transcendent yet redeemer of all beings. It is so because He is inner ruler of the individual self. By His grace, He restores all those souls which get rid of their ego, the cause of ignorance. In Sikhism, adoration of God through His attributes is the essential part of devotional sacrifice, as would appear from the following verse recorded at page 867 of Guru Granth Sahib. हर गुण गावे संत परमाद नाम क्रोध मिटे उन्माद. Meaning, by saints' grace, the chants God's glory and His lust, wrath and madness are eradicated. The special feature of God attributes appearing in Guru Granth Sahib not only touch the general aspect of human intelligence but also keep intact the sanctity of the infinity, indicating the spirit of divinity, as would appear from the following few examples. Mool mean the root, the origin of the whole universe. Take, support of the world. Karta, that is creator. Immeasurable, unweighable, beyond any human conception. The Guru calls God as Sat Purukh, being immortal being, beyond space and time. As an creator, the Lord wills which is known as law of nature. This supreme truth makes him antaryami and brings sustenance to all, as defined below at page 605 of Guru Granth Sahib. Sabna rijak samanda pyara, duja avar na koe. The beloved being sustenance to all, and without him there is not any other second. The whole idea of invoking God's will by the Guru is to make us aware that while the physical universe issues directly from God's essence, the key element of God's mind and divine will in action, which supports the principle of His manifestation, is the key idea to be understood by the humanity. This very idea gives way for a conception of Nam, a pervasive reality. These facts give a clear understanding that God is unbearably active in the play of the universe and yet above the universe and free from the laws. He is ever free. Thus, devotion to the Supreme brings his great reward, as man can depend on his saving care and energizing grace. The Guru has shown us the way to take refuge in the divine by meditating on his name. Here, name, that is Naam, stands for the attributed aspect of the Creator. Naam is not merely name, but the pervasive reality of the Creator, that is Omkar, as defined in the following words. It covers entire spectrum of God's attributes. At page 753 of Guru Granth Sahib, it is recorded as under. All that exists is created by the name, that is Naam. Without the true preceptors, and the name may not be known. At page 1064, Guru says as follows: By the name is everything created, and by the name destroyed. The above concept embedded in Sikh religious philosophy give the importance of devotion and meditation on God's name, a central theme of the Puri. पौड़ी नंबर 25 बहुता कर्म लिखा ना जाए, meaning His bounty is great and it is beyond expression. Vadda Data Telna Tamae mean He the Supreme Giver grants without expectation of return. Kete Mange Jodabar meaning many beg of Him heroic qualities. Ketya Ganat Nahi Vichar meaning many beyond computation. Kete Khap Tute Vekar meaning many spoil themselves in evil courses. Kete Lele Mukkar Pai mean many receive his bounty yet deny it. Kete Muruk Khai meaning many the fools who receive but without gratitude. Ketyan Dok Bhok Sadmar meaning many are afflicted with sufferings and poverty. E bhi daat teri daatar meaning beautiful Lord, this too must be borne as thy gift. Band khlasi pane hoye meaning liberation from the bondage of transmigration comes by His grace. Or aak na thakke koe meaning beyond this nothing may be said. That is the attainment of liberation is a primal mystery which by no effort may be forced. Je ko khaye ke akhan paaye, o jane je teya muh khaye. Meaning, should someone unprincipled person attempt to unfold divine mystery, he will receive countless buffets on his face. Ape jane ape de akhe se be kei ke meaning God alone knows what each deserves and Himself awards it. Few are such as render gratitude to Him. Jisnu bakshe sifat salah Nanak Sahib Patsah meaning on whomsoever He confers the blessings of His devotion, saith Nanak, should be reckoned as King of Kings. Central message. In the opening verses, the Guru makes God great as He pervades every element of nature and His infinite love is the speech of God. The following virtues as described by the Guru also make Him great, beneficent and of tender heart, of pure form. Number 1. He is the shelter of the shelterless. 2. His gifts are perfect. 3. One can hide not one's shame from Him, for He is all-seeing, but at the same time He is fount of mercy and forgiveness. 4. Those who have strayed away from Him, He shows the path, minding not their merit, so that the soul that finds itself enveloped by a hostile environment is a refuge into itself, or deems itself a prisoner of circumstances, is not to lose hope. Fifth, he is giver who himself knows and measures our needs and gives without being asked for and without counseling another. 6. His grace is perpetual inspiration. 7. God takes note of his devotees being father and mother and responsive to their prayers and approaches. When touched by the grace, a man receives the gift of the name, that is Nam. The devotee's life is illumined to perfection. He then lives truth, he uses truth and scatters truth. Then Guru says at page 61 of Guru Granth Sahib, Prabh milne ki e nisane man ekko sacha hukum pachane. Meaning, this is the sign of union with the Lord, that in the mind the man recognizes only the true Lord's command. However, evildoers cannot attain the Supreme, for their minds and will are not instruments of the spirit but of the ego. They do not seek to master their crude impulses but are prey to the three modes of nature. To get release from three gunas, we have to become ethical before we can become spiritual. The main idea is that the Supreme grants our prayers in whatever form we worship Him with dedication. God takes up all the burdens and the care of His devotees. Human life is the opportunity to develop out of the imperfect material. As soul's divine nature, we should not operate from the ego central consciousness. If we cast ourselves entirely on the mercy of God, He bears all our cares and sorrows. We can depend on His saving care and energy is not. Love of God is not an escape from the harshness of life, but a dedication, service. All tasks are sanctified when done with disinterestedness and dedication. If you do whatever you have to do in the spirit of dedication, it is Lord's worship. The genius and heroes who sacrifice for the cause of humanity aspire to go beyond their vision by obtaining grace of God. They need God's support to accomplish their job with fear, which is also treated as service to God. Such personalities pray God on a trust, that is, we must receive His command and do His will in confidence, that in His will is our peace. Father, into thy hand I commend my spirit. Father, into thy hand I commend my spirit. Nothing exists save thy will. Thou alone art the doer, and I am the instrument. In other words, in referring to hunger and suffering or gift and blessings, arouse doubt and questions as implied in the subsequent verses. What is meant here is that hunger and poverty are good in themselves, but that experience in the human life must be born in the spirit of resignation to the divine will. The fact is that the blindness of the inward eye, the lust of the world, and the great illusion of moral materialism hide the truth from making the man pure hearted, which is the root cause of man's trouble. This destiny can only be rooted out by God's grace, which is the greatest divine gift to a faithful devotee. The Guru commends to man the path of resignation, faith. For this, the key terms are hukum and raza, that is divine will. Therefore, true laudation consists in submitting to thy ordinance. This attitude of a man of faith is commended in the teaching of Guru, which is considered superior to learnings, however vast and masterly. Inclination to devotion is a divine gift which is conferred on man in the primal hour. It indicates man's obedience and path, resignation. These are essential part of bhakti, as the mystical vision of grace is supplicated through prayer and devotion. By no other means will divine grace descend. It follows that the mystical relationship between the individual, its individual self and Supreme Lord can only be created through prayer and surrender before Him. The above narration gives the short enunciation of spiritual ascent based on jap, which is a silent meditation through God's grace. Body number 26. Amol gun, amol vabar, amol vaparya, amol pandhar. Meaning, invaluable are God's qualities. Invaluable the commerce in such, that is, the spiritual action of learning to know and absorb qualities. Amol aave, amol la jaye, mul bhaye, amol samaye. Meaning invaluable those dealing in them. Priceless is thy affection, and priceless the absorption in thee. Those who are absorbed in God's name are also priceless. Mul taram, mul diman, mul tul, amul parvan. Meaning, priceless is thy divine law, and priceless thy court. Priceless is thy scale, and priceless thy weight. That is, the scale of the judgment and the weight for judging the right and wrong action of the being. Amol Baksis, Amol Nisan, Mul Karam, Mul Parman. Meaning invaluable his blessings and more. That is an assorted gift thereof. Invaluable his grace, invaluable his ordinance. Amullo mul आख्या न जाए, आखे आख रहे live lie, meaning that is behind the human imagination. Those attempting have at least been absorbed and lost in ecstasy. आखे वेद पाठ पुराण आखे पढ़े करे वख्यान, meaning the Vedic texts, the Puranas attempt to express the greatness. Many recite these and make on these commentaries. Aake Barme, Aake Ind, Aake Gopi De Govind, meaning Brahmas and Indras attempt his greatness to utter, so also the gopis and Krishna. Aake Isar, Aake Siddh, Aake Kete, Kete Buddh, meaning Shiva, supreme yogis, and those enlightened souls express his greatness. Aake Danav, Aake Dev, Aake Sur Nar Manjan Se, meaning demons, gods, saints, and hermits attempt to utter his greatness. Kete Aake Akhan Pae, Kete Keh Uth Jaye, meaning many make attempts to describe him, and many have been describing God, and then leave this world helpless. Ete kete hor kare ta aakh na sake kei ke, meaning should he create as many more, even then they shall not be able to express his virtues. Jevad bhave tevad hoye, Nanak jane sacha soye, meaning his greatness is as he many please to assume it. Saith Nanak, he, the eternally holy, alone knows its extent. Je ko aakhe bol vegar, tan likhiye sir gavaran gavar, meaning if someone claims that he knows God, he should be put down as greatest of fools. Central message. This body gives a complete or integrate knowledge of divine virtues and manifestations in the world, wrapped in wonder, mystery, and harmony. These not only give knowledge of the absolute but also varieties of bounties received by the living souls from him. This is the reason the same have become integral part of religion. The divine thought or word, that is Sabad, made the world. Similarly, man makes his character there in what he thinks. The living souls are bound to accept God's will, which is part of Dharma. If a man always keeps his mind on God and associates everything with the thought on him, his mind becomes pure and divine oriented. In other words, the human soul draws near to the divine by contemplation of God's powers, wisdom, and goodness, by constant remembrance of Him without devout heart, and by conversing about His bounties and doing all acts as a service, the seeker can direct his whole being to God. Therefore, adoration is our essential part of religion. Bhakti is a loving attachment to God. In fact, it is surrender, entrusting appropriation of the grace of God. It is a love in which, without seeking the result, one puts his whole interest on God. It is such a experience which negate all desires and fill the heart with the love for him. Bhakti also emphasizes humility, obedience, readiness to serve the humanity, compassion to gentle love, as the devotee longs to surrender himself by renouncing self-will. These fundamentals have been shown by the Guru, reciter of Vedas, Puranas, Brahmas, Indra, milkmaids, and Krishna to ponder over the greatness of the Supreme Lord. Mere intellectual, fragmentary views, glimpse of the beyond does not give consciousness of the Supreme Reality. We must open the whole of our inner being to establish personal contact. The discipline has to tread the inner path. The ultimate authority is the inner light. It is through the quality of devotion and meditation we knock down the obstructing prejudices and let the wisdom shine in us. In other words, one has to live inwardly and grow into the reality through devotion on God's name. The above integral views make out that we must have knowledge of Absolute as well as His varied manifestations. The beauty of natural world gives an ecstatic feeling of wonder and joy, a right relation towards nature. At such occasions, one forget oneself, as then the world becomes garden and the source of beauty in it is God. This mental state is described as wisdom, as Vismad, the wonderful element in one's communion with God and His working. It is this enjoyment element in Vismad to which Guru lays a great emphasis as under at page 285 of Guru Granth Sahib. Vismad paye Vismad in bhajan tis aya swad. It follows that we must have not merely knowledge of Absolute but also of His varied manifestations. The Supreme is in man as well as in nature. Those do not limit Him. Therefore, the universal being of God includes totality of higher as well as lower knowledge prevalent in nature. The Guru found it prudent to find a word which combines both the transcendent as well as immanent in the nature for meditation purpose. The word Nam, which emanates from the primordial sound known as Sabad, fulfill both the above requirements. Thus, the Guru has made God's name is symbolic of contemplation to express the pervasive and transcendental feeling of the experience through the wonderful workmanship of the wonderful Lord, which it reflects from the cosmos, the world, and the nature He has created. In other words, the Guru gives a new twist to the religion's concept by introducing the aesthetic communion with God or its realization through His manifestation, as described below at page 644 of Guru Granth Sahib. Sabde hi nau upjai, sabde hi mel milaya. From the word Shabad has emanated name. Through the word that is Shabad is union attained. God's name not only embodies God's spirit but also God's pervasive reality as Omkar in the world, in the world, in the world, and becomes support of cosmos. It is rightly said as under. The Lord Himself is the divine word and Himself insignia of approval. He Himself the bearer and Himself the knower, making universe Himself. The Lord holds the might. Thou art the beneficent Lord, and Thy door, the name that is Nam alone is accepted. Thus, Nam is the unfolding light of the Supreme, which lives in the hearts of the saints. When the word Nam manifests itself in the being of the Guru as his inner personality, the gospel, that is his mystic word, the name becomes symbolic substance of God's wisdom and light. In order to attain wisdom, we must clean the mind of its defilement and kindle the spiritual vision and attain faith in the supreme reality. This change is possible if we listen to the perception of Guru, who knows the mystery of the unknown reality. पौड़ी नंबर 27. सो दर किया सो कर किया जित बै सर्व संभाले. Meaning, what the portal, what the mansion, where from thy seat thou dost cherish all creation. वाजे नाद अनेक असंख्या केते बामण हारे. Meaning endless, the instruments, the notes, the players who laud thee. Kete raag pariso kayan, kete gavan hare. Meaning many minstrels sing praises of God with various musical tunes. Gave tonu paun pani bੈ santar, गावे राजा धर्म द्वारे. Meaning air, water, fire and Dharmraj Lord your praises. गावे चित गुप्त लिख जावन, लिख लिख धर्म विचारे. Chitra, Gupta, who record men's deeds, also chant your laudation. गावे ईश्वर ब्रह्मा देवी सोम सदा सुहारे. Meaning Lord Shiv, Lord Brahma and goddesses are singing your praises in a beautiful way. गावे इंद्रासन बैठे देवतियां दरनाले. Meaning the god Indra along with other gods sitting on his throne sings the praise of God at his gate. Gave Siddh Samadhi under Gavan Sad Vichare, meaning the Siddhas and all other saints are singing his praises in their meditations. Gavan Jati Sati Santokhi Gave Veer Karare, meaning the celebrate the virtuous and men of contentment and calm saints and indomitable heroes sung your praises. Gaman Pandit Paran Rakhi Sir Jug Jug Vedya Nale, meaning indomitable heroes, that is, all chant the praises, men of learning, mighty seers, all Lord thee in holy texts age after age. Gave Moniya Manmon Durga Mach Pyale, meaning fairies of heaven, earth and neither world are singing his praises. Gaun Ratan Paye Tere 68 Tirth Nale, meaning the jewels created by the Lord, thee with the 68 holy water edges, that is, Tirthas. Gave Jod Mahabalsura, Gave Khani Chare, meaning great warriors, divine heroes, and four sources of creation are singing your praises. Gave Khand Mandal Var Manda, Kar Kar Rakhe Dhare, meaning all the regions, continents, and the entire universe propped on your support sing your praises. Sei tunu gavan, jo tunu gave, sei tunu gave, jo tut pavan, rate tere pakat sale. Meaning only such are inspired to laud thee as been thy pleasure. Many more laud thee beyond knowing by me. और कहते गावन से मैं चितना आवन नानक क्या विचारे. Many more Lord thee beyond knowing by me. सोई सोई सदा सच साहिब साचा साची नाई, meaning he is alone, holy and immutable Lord. His greatness is eternal. है भी उसी जाए न जासी रचना जिन रचाई, meaning he is the creator, he ever is, ever shall be, he will never perish. रंगी रंगी बाती कर कर जिनसी माया जिन उपाय, meaning innumerable aspects, categories and species he has made creation. कर कर वेखे कीता अपना जिस दी वड्याई, meaning as pleases his greatness he makes manifest his action. जो तिस भाव है सोई करसी हुक्म न करना जाए, meaning he acts as his pleasure, none may command him. So pasa Sahapad Sahib Nanak Ran Rajai, meaning saith Nanak, he is the king of kings, abiding by his will is best. Central message. Guru Nanak was a unique prophetic personality to whom a sense of God's revealed wisdom prompted him to spread God's message of love and trust to the humanity. In fact, it was a wake-up call for the Guru to restore the spirit of righteousness in the world. The eternal vision reflected in this story was a poetic device to indicate the unity of cosmic manifest in the divine nature. Particularly, it reflects the overwhelming wonder which orchestrates the Creator's laudation from saints, deities, and other God-awakened personalities to create an eye of enlightenment to live in thy name as defined in the following words of Sukhmani Sahib, Pauri 10. As supplement, I beg to thee a gift, O God, be kind to give me thy name. I also crave the touch of holy men's feet as a gift from thee, O God, that I may sing of thy goodness and breathe thy name with every breath. Many my heart yearns in love for thy lotus feet, and my days be spent in doing thy service. Thou art my only shelter, my only support. Give me thy excellent name. The Sikh historians have brought out that the following sloka was chanted by Guru Nanak in the divine presence, affirming the eternity and timelessness of the Supreme Being, which rose the great fabric of Japaji. All such, jugad such, hai bhi such, Nanak hosi bhi such. The above words are expressive of the fact that the moral life emanates through contemplation on God's name, in which resides the light and spirit of God, and no other mode of worship can be equalled to the devotion on God's name. Thus the Guru has drawn our attention to the above treasure house of gospel of the contemplation on God's name, which give place in the charmed circle of God, blessed personalities, and relish God's door to attain His heavenly glory. All those who love God and attain peace by shedding of the doubts get united with the Master to whom they belong. The above narrations also affirm the universal truth that behind the world stands a unique being which controls its movements. These civilizations unfold the eternal truth, and there is interwoven relationship of divinity with that of his creative elements, thereby dismantling logic of duality as defined in the following sloka of Sukhmani Sahib. O man of little worth and childish silliness, think always of the Lord. Keep your mind fixed on Him who made you and who will always stand by you. In the wake of above realities, this Pauri assumes the shape of article of faith in the Almighty. It is demanded of a disciple to give one's whole to the Creator in obedience to His will, in full trust, as maintained by divine heroes, saints, and above all, the cosmos. In the vision of prophets, God has always revealed as eternal light. God sees divine power like Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva at work, but they cannot see Him. Therefore, it is divine law which controls the destiny of the whole creation and created things. In God's love, man finds his true identity and bridges the immense distance between God and man. This is the reason In Sikhism, the true disciple aspires for perfect communion with the divine, leaving aside all other modes of worship and ritual. By cultivating the love of God, all the darkness of sins gathered in the course of lives will vanish and human mind loses its rust. Paudi number 28. Munda Santok Saram Bad Joli Dhyan Ki Karo Bhoot, meaning, O yogi, make contentment the earrings, modesty your begging bowl, and contemplation your ashes. Khinta kal kuari kaya jogo danda pratit, meaning, make your quilt from realization of your mortality and keep your body pure of defilement. Thy code and staff faith in God. I Panthi Sagal Jamati Manjite Jagdeed Manjite Jagjeet Jeet, meaning, let all mankind be thy sect. Ades to say Ades, meaning, salutation to him, the primal, immaculate, eternal. Aad Anid Nahanae Jugju Ekoves, meaning, he is primal, immaculate, eternal, and immutable through all ages. Central message. This Pauri and also subsequent three renderings of Japaji reflect upon the Hatha Yoga, which is based on three modes of nature and lack in spiritual content, as the same cannot cultivate moral and divine qualities. The yogi's effort is solely meant to attain miraculous powers known as Riddhi Siddhi, which is forbidden in the philosophy of attaining God's bliss. Para. In order to realize the truth, the seeker is required to cultivate ethico-spiritual qualities of santuk, into bracket contentment, comma, saram, mean modesty, dhyan, meaning meditation, and not to waste life in prayer. The aim should be to create faith in the supreme reality and to fraternize with all mankind to conquer the lower self. The real yogi means meditation to realize the truth. The disciple has to open his inner being to establish personal contact, to tread the interior path in order to grow into reality. When we require faith in the eternal, the sorrow of the world do not disturb us. He who discovers his true end of life and yields to utterly is a great soul. Para. The yogi prefer to live in forests and wear robes of discarded rags, to live an alms begged from householders. They also demonstrate variety of life movements and miraculous powers to derive appreciation from the innocent people. Thus, they are caught in a web of dogmatic and ritual obligations which tear them apart from the characteristics of insight, knowledge, and mental purification needed for spiritual wisdom. The, the hollowness of the claim of yogi sect has been brought out in the following verses of Guru Granth Sahib, page 1012. Kole kheru rang chidaya vast tek pekhari, meaning the dissolves oucher and dyes his dress with it. Wearing this dress, he becomes beggar. Kapad for banai khinta choli maya pari dhari, maya dhari, meaning tearing of cloth, he makes patched coat and puts money into his wallet. कर कर मांगे जग प्रबोधै मन अंधे patahari. He begs from house to house and instructs to world. Blind of mind, he loses his honor this wise. Param pulana sab na chine jue baji hari. He betrays in doubt and reflects not on the name, and his wise loses his life in game of gamble. Antar agyan na gur bin bujai bar hugar tapah, meaning without the Guru his inner fire is not quenched, but he burns fire around him. Gurseva bin भगत न होई क्यों कर चिन्ह आपै, meaning without serving the Guru, Lord's meditation is embraced not. How can man himself know the Lord? Naam bina nahi chutas nanak sachi paruto tari. Without the name, one is realized not, O Nanak. So swim thou across, embracing on the name's true boat. The above verses make out that contemplation on God's name can only knock out the obstructing prejudices and remove the layer of ignorance from the human mind. It is the intuitionally experienced enduring value of truth can only lead to the realization of benevolent bliss. Through this pauri, the Guru exhorts that the erring of the yogi should adore the mark of contentment, and that of the Baul reflect his characteristics of zeal, modesty, and humility. The devotional meditation should act as smeared ash to maintain and condition of the purity of yogi's body. The above virtues blend with the constant awareness about the inevitable end of human life. Ethically disciplined human conduct and derived faith in the Supreme Lord should replace the wooden staff which can bear the stress and twist of the worldly sensations which cause the real human sufferings. Pauri number 29. Bhagavad Gyan Daya Bhandaran Gat Gat Vajanad, meaning make divine knowledge your diet, store mercy in your mind, and let divine music resound in each heart. आप नाथ नाथे सब जाके रिद सिद्ध अपरासाद, meaning God is the true master under whose sway is the entire universe, and not which term is applied in yogic lore of Shiva. Desire for miraculous powers is the path of false satisfaction. संजोग जो दोए कार चलावे लेखे आवे पाग. God alone makes union and separation, and man's share falls what is destined. Ades se ades, meaning salutation to him again and again. Ad anil anahat jug jug eko ves. He is primal, immaculate, eternal, immortal, and immutable through all ages. Central message. These Pauri relate to the tradition of Hatha Yoga, and their true master is Shiv. According to their established tradition, the cooked food is distributed by the female members of the order. The food and or prasad, as per their belief, are given a new interpretation as the cultivation of moral and spiritual qualities. The yogi also believes in miraculous powers which have no relevance in the attainment of enlightenment. In Sikh faith, search for miraculous powers is highly disapproved. The true aspirant needs union with the Supreme Reality, which can only be obtained through devotion on God's name. Thus, God alone makes union and separation, and man's share falls what is destined for him. In fact, self-discipline is not a matter of intelligence. It is a matter of will and emotion, and it needs vision of the highest. This very concept differentiates between outer abstention and inner renunciation. A man of disciplined and enlightened mind attains purity of spirit and gets established in peace. In other words, the wakeful personality is always aware of the reality and is not deluded by emotion. It is the quality of a person whose mind always imbued in God's love as defined in the following verses, as defined at page 162 of Guru Granth Sahib. गुरमुख आप पछाणिया हर नाम बसया man आए. By Guru's grace, when man understands his own self, God's name comes to abide within his mind. And then bhakti ratya har name sukh sumaye, being imbued with the devotional service of God night and day, the mortal merges in the place of his name. Man sabad mare partit hoye, home taje vikar, meaning when man's mind dies of Guru's word, he gains confidence and banishes his ego and evil. Jan Nanak karmi payan har nama pagat bhandar, meaning, O servant Nanak, by God's grace man receives the treasures of his name and devotion. Therefore, it is quality of a divine-oriented person, having a quality of inward strength, courage, and constant life in God. It is these characteristics of supreme wisdom which brings liberation and not the miraculous powers and desireless work as envisaged in the ritual embedded life of a yogi. The spiritual approach severely discards various varieties of yogas as search for miraculous powers are considered an impiety. In fact, in the above context, the Guru says as under, make Dhyan, that is enlightenment, thy diet, compassion as dispenser, and divine music resound in each heart. The Guru cautious that desire for the miraculous powers is the power of souls of false satisfaction, whereas the true miraculous power is the gift of winning master's player. God's greatest gift in His grace, God's greatest gift is His grace and not the worldly player. Therefore, always seek God's love, which alone makes union or separation as destined for a man. The Guru's words clearly bring out that the real yoga is to create a spiritual life based on silent meditation, which opens the innermost depths of the soul, which connect the individual self directly with the divine principle. Those who learn this art do not believe in dogma or participation in rituals. Self-surrender is considered the easiest way to self-transcendence. The only condition attached to it is that our action should be based on our purified nature. The spiritually evolved soul always relies on God's will, which is the secret of divine life, having known the fact that by His will all is created. Through His will all life pulsates, and in His will blessed abide. The truth is that until who realize God within one cannot attain divine wisdom. Therefore, the seeker has to tread the interior path as the ultimate authority is the inner light. In spiritual life, faith comes first, then knowledge, and then experience. There is nothing on earth equal in purity to wisdom attained through God's devotion in order to live inwardly and grow into reality, which is called real yoga. These realities make God immaculate, eternal, and immutable through all lives. Pauri number 30. Eka Mai Jogut Vyai Tin Chele Parvan, meaning God manifested His omnipotence by calling the world into existence. He sees divine power like Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva at work as they cannot see Him. Ek sansari, ek bandhari, ek laye divan, meaning these be the creator, preserver and the judge. Tis pave, tive chilave, je bove farman, meaning God makes them to work as He wills and commands. O vekhe unandar na ave, bhaktaye vadan, meaning He beholds them, but they see Him not. This is the greatest wonder. Ades to say Ades, meaning salutation to Him. Ad anil anahat jug jug ekoves, meaning He is primal, immaculate, eternal, mortal, and immutable through all ages. Central message. God adore the title of Maker, Ma. Also, as the universe is a creation of God, the Supreme Lord possesses the power of self-manifestation, which is known as Atma, Maya. The word Maya is derived from the root me, to form, to build, meant is produce form. The God manifested His omnipotence by calling the world into existence. God is omnipotent because He has the power to invest the content of His will with the reality, and the whole realm of His existence is constantly sustained by His activity. In other words, in the divine embodiment, Prakriti, which is filled with the light of Supreme, acts under His control. Thus the Supreme is unborn, eternal, and Lord of the world, and all manifested all manifested glory is from Him. When ignorance is destroyed, God stands revealed in human spirit. Bhakti is a means to attain God's grace. The above context, relevance of Trinity reflects that only God, awakened man, can alone enjoy the highest spiritual bliss, whereas the for reality, to the extent he probes it with his mind and intuition, God assists the seeker of truth to know Him, but fullness of knowledge is revealed to the true Guru, who has revealed the defined truth in the following verses of Anand Sahib. Hari ape mata, ape pita, jin jio upaye, jagat dikhaya, meaning God Himself is the mother and Himself is the father, who creating man have shown them the world. Gur prasadi bujya tan chalat hoa chalat nahi aya, meaning by God's grace, when one realizes the reality, then this world appears to him a mere show. Kahe Nanak sist ka mool rachya jot rakhi taatu jag mein aya, meaning, O Nanak, God laid the foundation of universe, then put His light into your body, then you appeared in the world. The above verse makes it clear that Supreme Lord not only controls many-sided action of nature, but also dwells in the heart of every creature. But God is more revealed in life than in matter, in conscious than in life, in saints and sages, in most of all. Therefore, once we learn to look at things as derived from one transcendent reality, we are delivered from groping and the wilderness, as all the manifested glory of the world is from Him. According to Vedic theory, three modes of nature, that is Satya, Sattva, Raja and Tama, are the primary constituents of nature. It follows that the cosmic reflects the dominance of the above three modes. It is believed that Sattva is Vishnu, the preserver, Raja is Brahma, the creator, and Tama is Shiva, the destroyer. It is also believed that God, awakened soul, is visited by the grace of the Lord as defined as follows in Aspati 8:8 of Sukhmani Sahib. The ideal man understands the ways of God and his bosom glows with love for him, no cares for him, as he is a man of pure motives. He alone reaches the ideal whose life is taken in hand by God Himself. God is His glory, and great the fortune of him who has a sight of Him. I would pour my life at the feet of such a one. He is the quest of gods like Shiva. May He is the God of gods Himself. Thus, God-like souls cooperate with Him, that is God, in the work of redemption. In the above context, the Guru has brought out that Shiva, Brahma, and that Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva are God's powers, and He, that is God, sees them at work. Pauri number 31. आसन लोए लोए पंडार जो कुछ पाया सो एका वार. Meaning, God's seat, His stores are in the innumerable worlds created by Him. Everything is arranged once for all to keep the cycle running. कर कर वेखै सिरजनहार नानक सच्चे के सच्ची कार. He has created the world and watches over it. Saith Nanak, holy is all His dispensations. Ades to say Ades, salutation to Him. Ad Anil Nah Nae Jug Jug Eko Ves, meaning He is primal, immaculate, eternal, immortal, and immutable through all the ages. Central message. The architecture of the universe is indeed built in invisible rules which are not directly intelligible to the sense data gathered by human senses. It is no more a matter of dialect but a mystic experience. God's creative will was absolute, having no limit for territorial limit, meant for the highest good of a human life. And the created things make up the world, having their own active principles which uphold the principles of righteousness or dharma. It follows that the law decreed by God left His imprints on things as to render them fit to accomplish the will of Creator. In other words, these principles possess active powers and impressed principles with its law of development. It follows that Supreme Lord has abundance of elements to make universe tailor-made for life, which reflects the supremacy of God's will as defined hereunder. By His order, man comes. By His order, man goes. Before and behind us, His order prevails. The Guru has clearly brought out the glory of God, who is self-created, self-consistent, and the whole world moves in accordance with His will. Whatever He has put into the universe, He has put in once for all. God's light pervades in water, in moon and sun, sound in ether, manhood in man, pure fragrance in earth. That is to say, supreme is life of universe, and His creation as elaborated in the following verses at page 1073 of Guru Granth Sahib. Pargat reo pat sarb ujala, meaning the Lord's light is manifest all over. Rup kare kar vekha vigsay aap hi aap puja, meaning He creates forms and creating enjoys their sight Himself. He worships Himself. Ape kudrat kare vichara, meaning He Himself creates nature and gives thought to it. Ape hi sach kare pasara, meaning He is true Lord, Himself creates the universe. Ape khel khilave din ratri, ape sun pija hai, meaning He Himself makes men play the game days and night, and Himself rejoices by listening to and hearing His praises. Ape sach taryo sab sacha sache sach vartija, meaning God Himself is true, and all true is what He has established. The true order of the True One prevails everywhere. Thus the Supreme Truth is wrapped up in the mystery of His dispensations, which uphold the moral order of the universe. These divine forces pervade in the form of cosmic spirit and express God's will. The Guru has made it clear in Asadi War that whatever exists in the universe is real and true and reflects the glory of divine will known as law of nature. In the above context, the following verses of Asadi War reflect the glory of God. Sache tere khand, sache Brahman. Your regions are true. Your universes are true. Sache tere lo, sache akar, meaning your worlds are true. Your creations are true. Sache tere karne sarv vichar, meaning your acts are true. Your thoughts are true. Sacha tera amar sacha divan, meaning your kingdom is true. Your court is true. Sacha tera hukum sacha farman, meaning your command is true. Your behest is true. Sacha tera karm sacha nisan, your grace is true. Your mark of grace is true. The above narrations affirm the holiness of God, who is primal, immaculate, eternal, immortal, immutable through all time. It is the transformed consciousness based on God's name which paved the way for enlightenment. The Sikh spiritual philosophy always professed priority of Sahib Yoga, which brings inner change of self-consciousness. Faith in God is the expression of divine power, which makes the seeker to follow the truth with the determination. The wholehearted self-surrender in obedience to God's will is the right path shown by Guru for seeking the divine bliss. Thus, of all religious practices, the best is the practice of the name with purity of conduct. Of all the holy places, the holiest is where one feels the stir of the name on one's heart. पौड़ी नंबर 32 एक दूजी बो लख होए लख वीस meaning had I 100,000 tongues and even 20 times of that lakh geda आखिए एक नाम जगदीश meaning and during a process each tongue was to utter the Lord's name 100,000 times each instant. ਇਹ ਤਰਾਪਤ ਪੌੜੀਆਂ ਚੜ੍ਹੇ ਹੋਏ 21 meaning if such be the stairs of devotion ascending to make union with God. ਸੁਣ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਆਕਾਸ਼ ਕੀ ਕੀਟਾਂ ਆਈ ਰੀਸ meaning on hearing such glory of heaven even meanest worms emulate to such ascending. Nanak nadri paiye kude trees meaning O Nanak by only divine grace one may attain unto God. Central message. In this pauri the Guru emphasizes that the sovereign path of God attainment is single-minded devotion, symbolized by the infinite contemplation by repeating God's name and 100,000 times each instant. Through these stairs of devotion, the seeker can attain the exalted height as defined in the following verses at page 741 and 742 of Guru Granth Sahib. Charan Kamal Syon Lagi Preet Sachi Paran Reet. When man enshrines affection for the Lord's lotus feet, his mode of life becomes true, perfect and pure. Sat Prasad Vase Man Mai Janam Janam Ke Kilvik Jain. Meaning, by saints' grace, the Lord abides in the mind, and the sin of many births are eradicated. Kar Kirpa Prabh Deen Dayala Nanak Mang construction, but a revealed truth from beyond the infinite mind. It can only be attained with the eye of enlightenment, which is a God-given gift. The divine vision widens the seeker's horizon and takes beyond earthly tumults because it is not a mental construction but a revealed truth from beyond the infinite mind. This God-given gift gives the unity of cosmic manifold in the divine nature. God's vision cannot be attained through intellectual knowledge as it is not a matter of philosophy but an experience through grace of mind. Thus, the true Guru has made us realize that without the God's name, hunger goes not. He who is imbued with Lord's love and utters his name, is emancipated as divine word, that is Nam, is the pervasive reality, and meditating on it, the devotee's mode of life becomes true, perfect and pure. When the devotion glows, the Lord dwelling in the soul imparts to the devotee by His grace the light of wisdom. Thereby the devotee feels united with the Supreme. It also gives a feeling of the presence of God everywhere as defined here under in Anansap. O Nanak, those who are absorbed in the worship of the feet of the true always listen to the divine celestial music resounding in their heart. Mere talk shall not remove the anger of the avaricious Sat Nanak. Thus avaricious person shall be satisfied only by absorbing himself into the repository of the supreme attributes. In other words, preaching and exhortation cannot satisfy the listener's soul. This obviously means that the seeker has to resign himself to the divine will. Devotion and resignation alone brings grace and liberation. So, rejecting all ritual practices, the Guru commends the path of devotion. Padi number 33. Akan jor, chupe na jor, jor na mangan, den na jor. Meaning, utterance and silence do not lie in man's power. Power to beg and power to donate do not lie in man's power. Jor na jivan, maran na jor, jor na raj, mal mansor. Meaning, power over life and power over death do not lie in man's power. Authority, wealth do not come by man's endeavors. Jor na surti, gyan vichar, jor na jukti, chute sansar. Meaning, nor meditation, enlightenment, or cogitation, neither by his effort nor by praxis that is jukti, may man escape free of worldliness. जिस हाथ जोड़ कर बैके सोए, meaning he to whom power belongs uses them as pleases him. Nanak uttam nij na koi. Meaning, O Nanak, there is nothing good or bad, high or low. Central message. This Pauri clarifies that man's will is of little significance, since all that happens is by operation of the divine will, that is Hukum. It upholds the doctrine of divine predestination and utter helplessness and insignificance of the individual and futility of his will and effort. The decision is made by God already, and individual can do nothing to change it. He becomes powerless tool in God's hand. Thus the Guru asserts that the world is the manifestation of the Supreme Lord, and whole creation hinges on the thread of His will, which bears the following supremacy. By His order, man comes. By His order, man goes. Before and behind His order prevails. The above words give a firm conviction in the immanence of God, who treated this universe at His will. The Creator has its own power of working, and it becomes obligatory on the part of human being to act as an conscious instrument of divine and obey his inner light which leads to the highest good of human life. Guru says, if we are wise, we so act that we are instrument in his hand and allow him to absorb our soul and leave no trace of ego. We must receive his command and do his will, as in thy will is our peace. Nothing exists save thy will. Thus, Guru always, thus Guru says that it is the principal duty of a man to submit to the divine will as the Lord assists the mortal before bringing in his fold of benevolence as described in the following verse. एको एक सो परंपर पुरख खजाने पाया खजाने पाइंदा खजाने पाइंदा meaning he is unique, infinite and boundless, Lord of powers. He assays mortal before consigning him to his treasury. In the wake of above fact, the spiritual regeneration depends on God's pleasure. A conscious mind would take God's will as divine bliss to shed the human ego. Therefore, we should willingly surrender to His will and take shelter in His love. If we repose our confidence in the Supreme, He will save us. God asks of us total self-giving and in turn gives us the power of spirit which changes every situation. Surrender is the easiest way to self-transcendence which raises the devotee to utmost possible perfection. Otherwise, no individual soul can encroach prerogative of God's fire. It follows that the essential requisite for the pure and victorious life are love of God and obedience to Him, by which the human being would understand the tuning of the individual to the Supreme Will, whom we treat as Father to the Son or a lover to the Beloved. These ideas are central conception in religion thought of Guru Nanak. God's will is a spiritual gift which stirs the devoted soul to commune with the heart of nature. When the devotee is tuned to God's benevolence as His humble servant, the Supreme bears all His cares and the aspirant lives in His energizing grace. Each individual is a focus of the Supreme, a fragment of divine. His destiny is to bring out in his life the defined divine possibility if the aspirant can discover as to how one can live according to truth. When we wait on God without words and full trust for taking hold of us, the help comes up, as at that time we emerge as transparent media for eternal light. Pauri 34. Rati Ruti Jiti Var, meaning He created night and day, seasons and occasions. Pavan Pani Agni Patal, meaning and also air, water, fire and neither regions. This which Tarti Tha Praki Dharamsal, meaning the earth abode of dharma or duty. is established between them. तिसवे जिया जगत के रंग तिनके नाम अनेक अनंत, meaning different beings and species of various colors and forms abide on it. Such species have countless different names. कर्मी कर्मी होए विचार, सच्चा आप सच्चा दरबार. Every action of every body is weighed in the court of the true Lord. He is true, his court is true. तिथे सोहन पंच परवान नजरी करम पवे निशान, meaning the elected devotees look graceful there. The mark of blessing and mercy of the Lord is poured upon all. काच पकाए उत्थे पाए नानक गया आपे जाए, meaning truth and falseness of every one is judged there. O Nanak, true fact become known in that court. Central message. This Pauri gives an integral view of the world which is conditioned by air, water, fire, nether region, etc. These elements bind together to give a unified view of nature. The Guru gives the truth that all existence derives from God, which reflects His glory. Even day is taken as the period of cosmic manifestation and night non-manifestation. It is a belief which illustrates a great spiritual truth that those who are lost in the night of ignorance go to the path of ancestors and are subject to rebirth, and all those live in the day of illumination and treat the path of spiritual knowledge release from rebirth. However, the stuff of which the universe is composed is simply an immense multitude of things, some animate, that is, having life or living, and some inanimate. The religion inanimate. The religion insight gives an indication that all these elements of nature are involved in a process of their final goal of their absorption into God. However, birth as a human being is taken as a sacred birth with a belief that the opportunity for achievement of liberation is possible alone to man, and that too on this birth. It is so because although supreme is in all things, he is more prominently revealed in human consciousness as witness to human soul. This is the reason birth as a human being is extolled as a sacred birth. This opportunity is provided to those individuals who learn to live in conformity with moral and ethical discipline, supported by dedicated spiritual approach, and also learns to accept God's will. In that context, the Guru calls the world as Dharam Sal, that is sacred birth, sacred earth, which is treated as stepping stool to reach God. Thus the Guru reminds the man not to forget the obligation to build moral life, as all creatures are judged by their actions. If we have devoted heart and possess love of God, the purpose of man is served. When the human soul gives up its ego and opens itself to the divine, the Supreme takes up the burden and lifts the soul into spiritual plane. It is rightly said that a piece of charcoal loses its blackness only when fire penetrates it. Thus, there are no forgivable sins. Once we place ourselves in the hands of the Divine, we cannot fall into utter darkness. Thus, we should only act as an instrument of God. But God's being is a gift of God which can only be obtained with devotion in God's name as described below. All the Vedas, the religious books of the Muslims, the Summitris and Shastras, by reading these, salvation is not obtained. He who, by Guru's instructions, utters the one name, he gathers the pure glory. The Guru has rightly said that while the Supreme is in all things, but he is more prominent in saints. पौड़ी नंबर 35 धर्म खंड में एको meaning the aforesaid is the moral duty of the realm of righteousness. ज्ञान खंड में आखो कर्म meaning now I state the law of the realm of right enlightenment. केते पावन पानी बसंतर केते पावन पानी बसंतर केते कान महेश meaning there are numberless of forms of air, water and fire, numberless Krishnas and Shivas. केते बर में कारद कड़िए रूप रंग के वेश meaning numberless the Brahmas fashioning universes of various forms, hues and aspects. केते कर्म भूमि मेर केते तोपदेश meaning many are the stages for actions, that is karma bhumi. Many the celestial mountains, that is repeated abode of gods. Many the sermons delivered to the Ruba. Kete Ind Chansur Kete Mandal Desh, meaning many are the Indras, spheres of sun and moon, many universes and numberless countries. Kete Shiv Buddhanath, Kete Devi Vesh, meaning there are many yogis, enlightened ones, supreme ascetics and incarnations of goddesses. Kete Dev Danamun, Kete Ratan Samon, meaning many deities, demons and silent sages and many oceans harboring the jewels. Kete Khani, Kete Bani, Kete Padnarind. Many are the sources of creation, innumerable forms of speech, many dynasties of kings. Kete Surti Seva, Kete Nanak Antanand, meaning many are the devotees of God absorbed in serving Him, Sat Nanak. All such are the without end. Central message. The opening verse of Pauri reaffirms that the realm of Dharam Khand makes the human body and life an instrument for their realization. The opening verse of this Pauri reaffirms that the realm of Dharam Khand makes the human body, mind and life an instrument for the realization of the divine wisdom. At the same time, it gives an inspiring vision that by the development of moral qualities, the seeker can attain spiritual wisdom known as Gyan, as Janan. However, this Pauri in particular gives wisdom of subsequent stages for attainment of illumination, which involve obtaining of direct spiritual knowledge of the Supreme as well as of its varied manifestations, as Supreme is in man as well as in nature. Satguru, the Divine Enlightener, has brought out that the Supreme is the light of light and is the object of knowledge. By knowing Him, all sages have passed from this world to the highest perfection. It follows that it is incumbent on a man to seek divine grace as brought out in the Sukhmani Sahib, Pauri 10 as under. My good friends, make it the business of your lives to meditate on God's name to the exclusion of all else. As you do so again and again, your minds will gather peace. Do it yourself and teach others to do it. By love and devotion, you will have acquired yourself of the world. A life without love will end in ashes, while with love of the name it will be crowned with eternity and peace. Thus, this Pauri gives a direction that the aim of virtuous life is to attain enlightenment, that is Gyan or Jnana, as without it emancipation is not possible, as further defined in the following verse. Kat karne te rahe na koe. No one can help arguing and talking of Lord's knowledge. Bin Ram Rate Mukutna Hoi. Without being imbued with the name that is nectar, emancipation cannot be obtained. Gyan Dhyan Satgur Te Hoi. The Lord's knowledge and meditation are obtained from the Guru. When we are under God's grace, a direct spiritual knowledge is attained. This vision is not a mental construction, but the disclosure of a truth beyond infinite mind. This knowledge of enlightenment includes the moral virtues of the seeker. Thus, Gyan or Janan demands unswearing devotion to the Supreme with wholehearted discipline. The seeker who always repeats the name intuitively listen to it, they acquire full enlightenment and grow sweet in this personality, as defined below at page 623 of Guru Granth Sahib. Har Bhagat Pahe Chit Laga Jap Jivat Se Vad Bhaga, meaning the God's meditation in love may my mind is attuned. Very fortunate are they who live contemplating on the Lord. Thus, this Pauri gives a clear direction that virtuous life is to attain enlightenment, that is Gyan and Jnana, as affirmed by Guru Nanak in his rendering. The true self-discipline, Santokh, and the righteous action, that is Dharam, is the flower, and enlightenment, that is Gyan and Jnana, is the fruit. We can realize the subject in us by overcoming the enslaving power of the objective world, which meant refusing to be dissolved in it. Mere theoretical learning will not do. One has to develop moral qualities through meditation in God's name, which grants eternal light and spiritual values. पौड़ी नंबर 36। ज्ञान खंड में ज्ञान प्रचंड, मीनिंग इन द realm of enlightenment, spiritual illumination blazes forth. तिथे नाद बेनोद कोड आनंद, meaning there reigns melody, wonder and joy. कर्म खंड की बाणी रूप, तिथे काढ़त कड़िए बहुत अनूप, meaning in the realm of spiritual endeavor, language of spiritual happiness, beautiful, unique, beautiful forms, having no paralleled or finish there. ताकियां गल्लां कथियां ना जाए, meaning to attempt to speech of it would leave man speechless. जेको कहे पीछे पछताए, meaning and only ashamed of his rashness. तिथे करिए सुरत मन बुद्ध, that is, in that sphere are forged absorption, wisdom, enlightenment and mind. तिथे करिए सुरा की सुर, meaning forged therein is the vein of gods and mystics. Central message. The opening verse clarifies that Gyan and Janan is interpreted as divine wisdom, the direct spiritual illumination in which Supreme is to be seen by one as one own self through his developed and purified intuition. This is a mystic experience and not the object senses. In the highest perfection, the blazing might of divine wisdom rising out of God's love dissolves the human ignorance. The evolved soul also experiences manifold wondrous sights and celestial, that is, heavenly joy. The liberated soul imbued with division embraces the truth that God is the master of the play of the world and we are subject to his play. Whosoever grasps this truth attains the status of perfect yogi as defined hereunder at page 223 of Guru Granth Sahib. Nirpo yogi niranjan dhyave, anden jagay सच निवलावे, सो जोगी मेरे मन पावे. That is, the yogi meditates on the fearless and pure Lord night and day. He remains awake and embraces affection for the true name. Such a yogi is pleasing into my mind. Jnana as divine wisdom makes the devotee to live it inwardly and grow into it reality. The search for abiding reality and quest for final truth requires a great effort and endeavor. In its philosophy, a massive human effort is needed to lift the being beyond the objective world. It is profound, devoted meditation on God's name which opens the human consciousness towards and sharpens the creative vision. Therefore, in the realm of Sarvamkhand, there is constant endeavor for prayers, devotion, and seva. Such action result in the seeker acquiring spiritually an aspect of beauty leading to a noble life. Besides, the wonders of nature inspire the seeker to surrender to God's will in profound devotedness. It may be clarified that there is vast difference between intellectual knowledge and spiritual knowledge. While the intellectual knowledge is attained to sense data, the spiritual awakening come through God's grace. It is God's love and devotion which enlighten the human mind as defined below at page 831 of Guru Granth Sahib. No one can help arguing and telling of the Lord's knowledge without being imbued with the name, nectar, emancipation can be obtained not. The concluding verses of Pauri give reflexes of expanded being of the evolved soul. The divine wisdom not only transforms the mortal human life but also makes it his own masterpiece by raising the seeker's personality to its fullness with its pure, free, resilient, and undisturbed personality. The poet Vian also gives awareness of God and Siddhas. Thus, it is supreme bliss, which is what alone is what striving for would come to those who have striven in the way of God as defined by the Guru as follows. Should the wandering mind be fixed in the vision of reality and be guided in truth and fear, if it may then taste the supreme joy and enlightenment and never again hunger for the world. Nanak, suppress the desires of the mind, seek union with God, all sorrows will then be gone. Sorrow and suffering may be overcome by man through resting in God and shedding egoism. Sorrow is the poison. God's name, the substance, to transmute it into joy. The chemical substance may be pulverized on the stone of contentment with the hand of charity. One constantly taking this elixir shall not suffer pain and desolation, and in the end with burn the terrors of death. Body number 37. कर्म खंड में बाणी जोर, meaning in the sphere of grace, spiritual power is the main force. तिथे हो ना कोई होर, तिथे जोत महाबल सूर, meaning none can have access there. Most powerful warriors and heroes reside there. Tinne Ram Rya Bharpur, meaning within them the might of the pervading Lord remains fully filled. Tithe Sito Sita Mema Mae, meaning they who are fully tuned in the Lord's admiration abide there. Those whose devotion is directed towards achieving identification with the Lord are praised in the world and the next, and ultimately they are merged in the infinite. ताके रूप न कथने जाए, meaning their beauty cannot be narrated. ना मरे न ठागे जाए, जिनके राम से मनमाए, meaning they in whose hearts God abides die not, and also are not hoodwinked. तिथे भगत वसे के लोए, meaning the saints of various worlds dwell there. Kare anand sacha man soe, they are in everlasting bliss, meaning Saj Khand Masaninkar, meaning God Himself abides in the sphere of eternity. Kar kar rekha nazar nehal, over His creation He casts His glance of grace. Chitte Khand Mandal Varband, meaning Je ko kathe Titte Khand Mandal Varband, Je ko kathe Tant Nant. In that realm are contained all the continents and the universes, exceeding in number all count. Tre loe loe akar, meaning of creation worlds upon worlds abide therein. Jiv jiv hukum te vikar, meaning all obedient to His will. That is, all act as the ordinance direct. Vekhe vikse kar vichar, meaning eternally in bliss with the glance He blesses the creation. Nanak Katna Karnasar, meaning saith Nanak, hard as steel is the story of their realm to narrate. Central message. Karamkhand is a realm of grace and bliss which leads to spiritual enlightenment. It is a spiritual gift which bridges the immense distance between God and man. The evolved soul then grows into divine wisdom and lives in supreme. The opportunity is available to those individuals who contemplate on God's name with devotion. The true name of God is the embodiment of His power, His light, His wisdom, and is capable of being registered by human consciousness and made conceivable as defined below at page 604 of Granth Sahib. Nanak naam rate sukh paya darge jape sei, meaning Nanak imbued with name the mortal obtain peace, and in the Lord's court they look exalted. Nanak paya e nidhan hare har निर्बल नाम, that is, जो जपे तिसकी गत होए, नानक कर्म प्राप्त होए. This version is recorded at page 895 of Granth Sahib. Its meaning is Nanak is blessed with the treasure of the Lord's immaculate name. He who repeats the name is emancipated. It follows that when the word Naam manifests itself in the seeker's inner personality, his gospel of the mystic word Naam becomes symbol and substance of God wisdom and light. The liberated souls always remain in eternal bliss as their focus remains on eternal light of worldly movement. Such evolved souls assume the status of a saint. Thus, liberation is not the isolation of the immortal spirit from the mortal human life, but is the transfiguration of the whole man. With the rise in the mind enlightenment, the self grows out of the narrowness and its being acquires a cosmic sweep. This state of transcendence of the life of matter is known as nirvana. It is believed that in the highest one sees divine light in full effulgence and hears celestial music which is called Anhad Shabad. This amounts to divine presence seen as music and light. Thus the weight of the past can be thrown off by diving deeper into truth and leading a purer and subtle, purer and nobler life as defined below. संत का मारण धर्म की पौरी को वड पागी पाए, meaning the saint way is the scene of righteousness, endeavor of spiritual and moral life, and it is by good fortune that someone scale it. कोट जन्म के किल बिख नासे हर चरणी चित लाए, meaning the sins of millions of births are washed off by fixing attention on God's feet. Thus, when the divine in the individual is completely manifested, he attains the eternal, perishable status. It is the blissful state of self-possessed, tranquil mind. The phrase Sito Sita Mema Maya has also been interpreted as those whose devotion is directed towards achieving identification with the God are praised in this world and the next, and ultimately they are merged in the ultimate. Thus devotion, prayer, grace, all are means towards achieving such an end. God abides in the realm of eternity, known as Sachkhand. In that sphere abide numberless heroes and heroines inspired by God consciousness, like Sita, wife of Lord Rama. Guru Nanak also brought out that the transcendent God of heaven has become immanent God of man and pervasive reality of nature. Therefore, kingdom of God as within man itself, rather outside. Thus its meaning is deep within us in the instinct of self-preservation, self-recognition, self-development, and self-expression. Based on these facts, Guru Nanak made it obligatory for a man to feel the God's sensation within itself by taking the path of reverent study, that is sunya, faith, and reverence, meaning manne, and deep contemplation, that is dhyana. Besides, the Guru enjoined upon to tread the path of devotion and complete resignation to the divine will, and thus seek God's grace in order to merge the self into the infinite, as defined below at page 1284 of Granth Sahib. जिनके पोते पुण्य हैं तिन दर्शन पाया, meaning they who have virtue in their treasure, they are blessed with the Lord Vian. Sat Sangat नाम निदान है जे खत हर पाया. The treasure of the name is Saints Guild, where from the Lord is attained to. Gur Prasade Kat Chanana Anek Gavaya. Meaning, by Guru's grace, man's mind is illuminated and darkness is dispelled. In spiritual philosophy, Sachkhand has been described as a vision of truth and holiness in which God unfolds His presence in the heart of enlightened soul on the form of divine knowledge. It is the highest state of God realization in which human self in grace is constantly merged in the infinite. These narrations indicate that love for God and knowledge of moral values can make the devotee to see the eternal, indwelling, divine, and have their hearts opened out to the grace of the Lord and thus reach the eternal. In true sense, it is the spiritual unfolding of the immanent light of God within the evolved soul. In the above state, the creator, and the Absolute become part of one whole, which provides complete identification of the human self with the infinity. It is the spiritual transformation which form the basis of the individual's direct touch with the divine truth. Such souls never deviate from all the embracing goal of spiritual life and act as part of Guru ki Sangat in which God abides. The above transformation is possible through meditation on God's name, as this sacred word has been taken as enunciation of one indivisible, eternal being who is also the Creator. Devotion on God's name not only brings spiritual illumination but also becomes means to attain union with the infinity. It is rightly said that the way to rise out of our ego, central consciousness to the divine plane is through the focusing of all our energies, intellect, emotional and volitional on God. Then our whole being is transformed and lifted up into the unity and universality of spirit, so as the knowledge, love for God and power get fused in the supreme unification. Joy and peace are the result of self-oblivion, of utter abandonment, of absolute acceptance. Thus, this body gives an spiritual opening that human life is seen to move between two poles, that is, retribution for action and grace earned through devotion, to break free from the stubborn cycle of retribution, that is, evil doing. Pauri number 38. Jat pahara tere sunyar, ahran matved hathyar. Make continence your furnace, and patience as your goldsmith. Consider your mind as your anvil, and knowledge as your hammer. Baukhla agantaptao. Consider the fear of God as your blower, and austerity the heart and fire. Pandapa Amrit Dhal. Make loving devotion the crucible. Kariye sabas sachi taksal. Meaning, and in his crucible forge the immortal vian, and in such holy mint shape the holy word. जिनको नजर करम तिनकार. Only those who have been blessed achieve the fulfillment with divine grace. Nanak Nadri Nazar Nihal, meaning, O Nanak, they are blessed by the divine gracious glance. Central message. In this Pauri, Guru says that simple application of grace may not work unless it is given the direction of realization of the eternal abode, as without seeing the light there is no experience at all. In order to avail this grace, the devotee has to sharpen his faculty to emulate the meaning and substance of the word Nam, which paves the entry for eternal abode. It is so because the concept of holy word Nam or word Shabad distinctly represent power through which God created world and redemption function of imparting spiritual power given to man. Guru Nanak, the apostle of eternal advice, has reiterated that unless seeker's heart are opened out to the grace of God, one cannot mingle with the eternal light, even though it is God's intention to offer abode to man. Included in this endeavor is hard discipline, restraint, contentment, truthfulness, fear of God, and the higher love or devotion on God's name, which forged in inexpressibly form of a noble life of enlightenment. Such is the way of God's servant as expressed in the following verse of Sukhmani Sahib. He alone deserves to be called the true servant of God, whose heart is the dwelling place of the Supreme. He alone has the vision of the all-pervading soul. He alone has the sense of being the slave of God's slaves. He who feels the presence of God nearest to him in the accepted servant of his council chamber. When the master visits his servant with grace, the servant begins to see the inmost meaning of things. While dwelling in the midst of busy life, he keeps his soul unattached. It is true that the mystic blessing of divine grace is essential for the perfection of life, liberation, and bliss. But at the same time, man must strive to make himself like purified gold through God consciousness, purity which is called Amrita. Thus devotion is an essential means to be to the spiritual ascent, we must let ourselves go in a simple, sustained, truthful surrender of oneself to God and open ourselves out to Him. In return, this graciousness and love is eager to take us back to Him. Our spiritual life depends as much on our going to Him as on His coming to us. In fact, God is waiting for our truthful appeal to Him. God is deliverer and survivor of mankind. When we create faith in Him and love Him, He lifts us from the worldly hostility and secures for us a place in the eternal abode. This holy inspiration is contained in Satguru's numerous renderings that the earth is not only the scene of man's material existence but also an obligation of righteous endeavor to enter into the spiritual life, as all creatures are judged according to their actions. Thus, human life is an opportunity to develop out of imperfect material the soul divine nature. If we cast ourselves entirely on the mercy of God, He bears all our cares and sorrows, which make us to depend on His saving care and energizing grace. Our devotion on God's name hold a promise that His gracious and love will take us back to Him. As stated above, He is ready to take possession of us if we open our heart to Him. However, this body reminds us that before our acceptance in the highest court one needs a comprehensive grinding on the form of a mint to produce a precious kind of God's name Amrita, which gives release from fetters. In fact, Guru's rendering sharpen our inner eye to discover that there is one divine power operating in this universe which is to be obeyed. This guidance gives a new layer of spiritual richness to man in the form of growth in character, creativity, and ultimate sense of fulfillment. It is God's will, that is Hukum, and Shabad, which completely eliminate the material separation and distinction between transcendent and immanent, the being and the becoming. Thus, Shabad is the basic doctrine of Sikh theology, is intermediary between God and creation, between Guru and disciple. This is the reason Shabad is called nectar of life, Amrita. Similarly, true name of God is embodiment of His power, His light, His wisdom, and is capable of being registered by the consciousness and made conceivable. It is the reason contemplating on meditating on the true name is called practicing the presence of God. Thus, the true name is the mystic word in which resides the light and spirit of God. At page 644 of Guru Granth Sahib, it narrates as under. From the word has emanated the name. Through the word is union attained. Man's inner being is his surti, that is consciousness. When the relation of word and mind is established through ethical and moral discipline, the seeker attains emancipation. The path prescribed by Guru Nanak brings spiritual unfoldment of leading to spiritual rebirth. The weight of all the past can be thrown off by leading a nobler life. Sloka, Last Sermon. Pavan Guru Pani Pita Mata Tat Mat, meaning air is the Guru, water the Father, and earth the great matter. Divs Raat Do Dai Daya Khele Sagal Jagat, meaning day and night are two, male and female nurses, in whose lap the entire world plays. Changiyaiyaan buriyaiyaan vache dharm hadur, good and bad actions are judged by God of justice. Karmi apo apni ke nede keh dur, meaning according to your actions some are approved and some are rejected by God. Jinni naam pyaya gay msakat ghar, meaning those who have contemplated His divine word would pass through all trials. Nanak te mukh ujle keti chutti naal, meaning they will go with brilliant faces and many more will be emancipated with them. Central message. The above slokas at the end of Japaji, Sahib holds the last sermon. Its composition gives the gist of spiritual philosophy enumerated by Guru Nanak, which discloses the means to become a spiritual mode of existence. The seers have felt the reality of God in the depth of their souls by molding the self-sense, which is the source of ego, into spiritual wisdom, which is spiritually oriented life of ethics. The divine greatness is conveyed to us through Satguru, the divine enlightener. He not only teaches us the true doctrine by which we can die to our separate temporal selfishness and come to union with the timeless spirit, but also offers himself to a channel of God's grace for a devotee. No, it is most significant step needed for attaining the salvation, as the Supreme Lord touches the man's understanding through His grace. The vision of God widens the seeker's horizon when Satguru's words sweep the devotee's mind like flowing air which sustains the own life. In fact, when we acquire faith in the eternal, the sorrows of the world do not disturb us for having gained inward freedom. Thus, Guru's role acts as a vital force in attaining divine wisdom. The Supreme is both absolute and pervasive reality in the form of nature known as God's will. While the nature is identified with the objective world, that is Maya, which causes human ignorance due to play of three modes of nature. This ignorance is removed by the Satguru, his magnetic touch, and impart divine vision in the devotee. The Guru asserts that God existed before time began its rounds and physical universe emanated from God's essence and imprinted with his properties. The key element which was introduced was that of divine will. In his will, Lord created the heaven, this world, the underworld, and in his will he upholds them. The air, water, and sky are all subject to his will, which form the basis for enrichment of human existence. This mystery can only be unfolded by the divine enlightened Satguru. Therefore, each attribute of the sloka has to be interpreted in that context. 1. Pavan Guru. Air exists in space, but it does not consist in space. It is in the same sense. Satguru lives in this world, but free from all fetters. The Guru was commissioned by the Almighty to reveal His truth to humanity. Thus the key to unfold the divine mystery is Satguru, who is true instrument of God's will and commissioned by Him to accomplish his job. In the above context, Pavan Guru stands for Satguru as reflected in the following verse at page 154 of Guru Granth Sahib. Turi avastha Satgur te har jaan, meaning the fourth state of commission with the fourth state of communion with the Lord is known through the divine Guru. चार पदार्थ खे सब कोई सिमरत शासत पंडित मुख सोई, meaning everyone talks of the four cardinal boons, 27 Simritis, 6 Shastras, and the leading Pandits speak of them all. Bin Gur Arth Bichar Na Paya, meaning without the Guru none gets at their meaning and real significance. Mukut Padarat Bhagat Har Paya, the wealth of salvation is obtained by devotional service of God. The above sloka is registered at 154 of Guru Granth Sahib. Pani Pita, the divine nature is conveyed to us through divine enlightened Satguru. He gives us direct knowledge of the divine and Nam as nectar, water of salvation. It is synonymous to the phrase Pani Pita. The sanctity of water as synonymous to Shabad has also been conveyed to us in the following verse of Japaji, para 15. All the endless expanse of creation rose out of one sound word, that is Kvao, giving rise to millions of streams. Mata Tat Mata. Earth is spoken of as mother, from whose womb all life comes and whose resources contain it. It is also known as Tarun Sal, the scene of man's righteousness endeavor, of his spiritual and moral life. In Guru's teachings, this obligation of moral law must be fulfilled as earth acts as a stepping stool to the ascent. Deliverance from spiritual darkness, entrance upon the path of illumination. One needs to enrich the soul through the seeker's spiritual wisdom and life of experience. Day and night are nurses fondling all creation in their lap. Day is a period of cosmic manifestation and night of non-manifestation. At the coming of day, all manifested things come forth from the unmanifested, and at the coming of night, they merge in that same called unmanifested. Similarly, life is treated as conflict between light and darkness. The former make release and the later for rebirth. In other words, we are lost in the night of ignorance and are subject to rebirth. And those who live in the day of illumination and tread the path of divine knowledge obtain release from rebirth. It is the righteousness action, devotion, that life finds its fulfillment. It was possible due to the teachings of the Guru, who acts as perception of the Almighty Supreme Reality. God's name, that is Nam, and its importance. God's name, that is Nam, is an instrument of divinity for worship. The seeker feels the thrill of God's Spirit while practicing on God's name, which is embodiment of His power, His light, His wisdom. By repeating the name, the seeker acquires enlightenment of grace, sweet in his personality. That is why contemplating or meditating on the true name is called practicing of God. The historical event relating to emergence of Guru Nanak give adequate indication that it was the inspiration of God Himself that His subject be redeemed and brought back in His fold by propagating the love of Nam, known as Amrita. To will what God wills is the secret of divine life. The seeker must trust him and bow before him. It is unreserved surrender to the Supreme, who takes us up and raises us to our perfection. It is the Sahaja Samadhi, a perfect communion with the divine which leads to rebirth. In other words, it is this love of God for man which bridges the immense distance between God and man. In God's love, man finds his true identity, and the true discipline has to discover it from under the clouds our egoism, selfishness, and ignorance. Bhakti emphasizes humility, obedience, readiness to serve, companion, and gentle love, as the devotee longs to surrender himself to experience passivity. Therefore, to will what God will is the secret of divine life, which is known as Hukum, as recorded at para 1242 of Guru Granth Sahib. God by His will made the world, and God at His will control it. He beholds all things set under His will. In fact, the Guru's renderings, that is Bani, of the sacred Granth gives a focus on the redemption power of God's name and its ability to enable the human mind to attain the truth as defined above. When the seeker searches his inner being and realizes his true self, he comes to face the eternity, the universal Spirit of God within him, and then begins the unfolding of the immense light of God within oneself, nothing outside oneself, as recorded at page 102 of Guru Granth Sahib. He who seeks the Lord outside himself is lost in doubt. Thus, when the devotee emptied himself, God takes possession of the devotee and grants union with the Supreme Reality, which is known as moksha, as defined in the following verses at page 648 of Guru Granth Sahib. जिन गुरमुख त्याया आए ते परवान. They who through the Guru meditate on the name, their advent into the world becomes acceptable. Nanak kul udhare apna darge pave maan. Nanak, they save their progeny, that is kul, and obtain honor in Lord's court. Thus the life of devotion gives divine bliss. The saints, the great ones, live in peace and also confer good on the world. Themselves, having crossed the worldly ocean, they enable others to cross the same with no apparent motive in doing so. They are called Jeevan Mukh.